Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, March 8th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday. Is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We're seeing a massive gap down on the indexes after a handful of red folder catalysts, back-to-back red folder catalysts, with the unemployment claims being the most important red folder catalyst out of all of them. Of course, the NFP as well, very important, and we're seeing that unemployment claims number tick by 0.1% to the upside. So the initial response by the market, of course, was a sell-off across all the indexes. The number one question becomes, is that we're going to see a dead cat bounce off the open, then a dump, or we're just going to continue to dump once we open up. But the primary thing is we want to pay attention to on the VIX is that 28 level, and of course, that pre-market low and a couple of other levels. Going into today, the protocol is, guys, trade safe. It is the end of the week. Look to ramp down. Keep a close eye on the price of the contracts. They might be elevated off the open. Let the market digest the data. All right. Very, very important for you to trade smart and close out the week as strong as you can. Close out the week as strong as you can. We do have a ticket request for SoFi. Okay, we'll take a look at SoFi just here in a minute. We're looking to take a nice gap down here. If we measure that gap down as of now, we're gapping down. That top of the gap is 681.13. Bottom of the gap could be anywhere from 673.03, so about $7 to $8 gap so far. $7 to $8 gap down, which is pretty significant. Okay. Good morning, Tux. Good morning, Radalf1. Good morning. Folks on YouTube, the goal for today is Free Trade Friday. If you join the free tier Discord, the delay-free ad-free stream is available. The goal is 100 likes. Before 10:30, we can get it done, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Okay. I have to leave at 10 a.m., so I'll only have an early trade for me. Okay, so maybe the 15-minute orb would be great. Shockwave 15, once we hit the indicator, I'll let you guys know. Okay, we'll get an alert. So I'm going to soon have the alerts be sent directly to the Discord. To be maybe an hour. I'll probably just take some quick scalps. Market is kind. Okay, good, guys. Good morning, Amy. Good morning. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. We guys know the protocol. What happens today will stay in today. Stay as present as possible, regardless if you had your biggest win yesterday, biggest loss. Okay, focus on what's in front of you. Let this thing open up, and we'll be ready to kick off. So initially, we're seeing the Qs getting a nice little bounce. Okay, nice little bounce on the Qs. We're officially open. Good morning. Okay. Nice healthy gap down here. Daily open 673.41. 673.41 is the daily open. 673.41 is the daily open. Look at that, guys. Okay, can someone tell me what the IV on those contracts are? What was our forecast? Right? Anywhere from 35 to 45%. You know what they are, guys? 46% on the zeros. So if you want to get involved off the open, you got to be right very quickly. And we're moving $1.55 per 5-minute candle. $1.55 per 5-minute candle. We're starting to see the Dow dump here. The Dow led the way to the downside yesterday. SPY's dumping as well. Okay, very important to take those variables into consideration. What happened here? Good morning. As you're making your way in, guys, good morning. Let us know where you're joining from. First-time viewers, make sure you subscribe. Long-time viewers, also make sure you're subscribed. Do me a favor, smash the like button. Goal is 100 likes before 10:30. 100 likes before 10:30. All right, we got our opening print. Sorry. Okay, there we go. All right, so our BOG is all the way at that 674.04. BOG 674.04. Anytime we're above that level, we are in the jaws. We are in the jaws of that gap down. Keeping a close eye on the VIX here as well. Let this shake out, guys. Let this shake out. SPY is making its way into that bounce zone. I want to see how it interacts with those lows as well when we get there. PML, that's the first order of business. The Dow already took out PML. Okay, the Dow is primarily the Dow is leading the sell-off. The Dow is leading the sell-off. PML right at that 671.96. 671.96. Good morning, Diaz de Bella. Diaz de Balls. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Amy. Okay, we're starting to see a nice little rejection on SPY as well. A 5-minute or run. You're on the clock in just a few minutes here. So I want to see how we interact with this pre-market low. I want to monitor this initial interaction, okay? Our initial encounter, our initial interaction I want to see. Okay? I want to see our initial interaction. Good morning, structure. Massive gap down. So we're seeing the Qs go north, Dow go south. IWM kind of stuck. SPY relatively stuck as well. VIX contained just under that 28. Just under that 28. Okay, we're seeing the Qs take that bounce, okay, off that weekly downside breaker. Qs bounce off that weekly downside breaker. The Dow continues to sell off. All right. So now if the Dow continues to sell off, the Qs fade, SPY will dump dramatically. Okay. If the Dow catches a bid and Qs continue to push higher, right, we'll maybe get a nice little bounce. Look at the Dow, guys. Dow's selling off aggressively. Aggressive sell-off here. Okay, PML, I want to say we interact with that. If we can get above 28 on the VIX, get below 671.96 on SPY, IV 47. All right, so look at that, guys. Very, very costly. All right, that means those contracts are inflated. Just look at the last price. Look at the ask. Look at the bid. Right, those 0 DTEs are priced like close to 1 out the money, 1 DTEs. Okay, their contracts are really very, very inflated. Can you still trade it? Absolutely, but you have to pick your spots and you have to be aware of what you're paying. You have to pick your spots. You have to be aware of what you're paying, and you need to make sure those entries are precise. Okay, you need to make sure those entries are precise. Okay, so let it cool off. We're moving $1.61 per 5-minute candle. That's probably the most aggressive movement we've been seeing. Again, it's Friday, guys. Size down. You guys know the protocol. AMD. Strong, so it's Palantir. Let's take a look. What's rocking and rolling? Okay. So it looks like everything's dumping. What sectors are dumping? Okay, XLE is the only one that's up because crude. All right, so let's see if we get that hole below pre-market low. Good morning, good morning. As you're jumping in, guys, make sure to smash the like button. We are live trading SPY. Live trading SPY here. If you're just jumping in, SPY gap down aggressively. So did the Qs, so did IWM, so did the Dow. The Dow is leading the sell-off to the downside. Okay, we're starting to pursue this 670.48. Let's see if we get that continue push. If we can get above that 28, that would be great. On the VIX, that would really accelerate the sell-off. 5-minute orb army. All right, that was a nice break of that level. Continue push lower. So 5-minute orb army in this case, we'll take this break here. Okay, that's a 5-minute orb army break. Once you take the contract price into consideration, once you take everything into consideration, that's your break level. That's your break level. Puts price moving slow. Thank you for the update. Even with that down, okay? So just keep that in mind, guys. Okay, we're starting to sell off. Look at that. We're above that 28. Okay, above that 28. We are at the expected move already. Expected move for the day is 670.48. Okay, do we make a move beyond the expected move this early in the day? Very possible, but do we see some buyer stepping in here as well? Well, that G50 and that monthly downside breaker, quarterly 50% retrace and the monthly downside breaker as well. So we just smashed through 2 key levels. If you do take the orb, your first target is right there. Right? That's a nice little runway of 74 cents. Okay. 74 cents. Nice break, synchronized selling here. You guys see the chart is frozen? Did it just freeze all of a sudden? Did the chart freeze all of a sudden? On YouTube? Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get to the bottom of this. How are we doing on Google Meets? Is the chart frozen on Google Meets as well? On my end, it's not frozen. Give me 1 second, guys. Thank you for letting me know. How about now? All right, so folks on YouTube. All right, so apologies for the technical issues. Chart should be good now. Let's fix this as well. And price should be good now as well. There we go. All right, how about now? What happens is when you have OBS open for some time and your system goes to sleep and you open it back up, it just captures that last scene it was on, so you have to refresh it. Okay, so thanks for letting me know, guys. Hopefully that's resolved. All right, there we go. Not frozen, okay. Okay, good. So sometimes on YouTube there might be slight technical issues from time to time. If we recoil back under 28 on the VIX, we can start to maybe get back above PML, pre-market low. I want to just let this stuff settle here. Okay, let everything settle. We still have a little bit. Still have some time left. The Qs are holding on to dear life, right, off the support. They're down, falling off a cliff. Right, so it's going to really be predicated on what the Qs decide to do. Crude out of here. VIX, you can see VIX is trying to make its way. It did push into those highs. See if you can start to break past that level. That will really help that sell off even further. We're seeing Bitcoin completely fall off a cliff. Came into 70K. No buyers there. We're at 68K. Gold. Gold is at Gold is sitting right at that just slightly above 5K. Okay. Just slightly above the 5K. Okay, this retrace reject does look appealing. The retrace reject does look appealing. Okay. Let me take a look at the contracts. Ooh, contracts. Okay. The 670s are okay. 250. IV very high still. So I want to monitor what takes place off this level. Okay, we're starting to see a nice little rejection. I have a sell block right there as well. Okay, see if we can hold below this level. If we can spike one more time, I can be there for it. I'm just trying to time that entry. Shockwave, nothing there yet, guys, so continue to wait. Okay, nothing there. Okay. These levels will be ready at 9:45. Get a nice little retrace reject. All right, just knowing that we're in this bound zone, right? Not a lot of room to the downside. So it has to be a quick scalp with some follow through. Might be a little too shallow. So we'll just monitor. See if we can at least come into that, get above it, fall back below it. Qs continue to, the Dow continues to sell off, guys. The Dow is approaching that 470. Okay, the 470 level. See if there's some follow through. See if there's some follow through behind this to get below 670.48. Right. There's enough follow through to get below 670.48. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, guys, about the delay, about the screen frozen. Okay. Let me take this off now. All right. So again, guys, make sure to like the video. The goal is to get 100 likes between now and 10:30. Right. Between now and 10:30 to get 100 likes. We can get it done, and let's see if we can cross and get to 3,500 subs. All right. So we can get there with your support. So initial interaction with PML, we slice right through it. We break below it. We get above the 828. Helps us get a 70-cent drop. Now we're at that 28. If we fall below 28, does it turn to reclaim? Possibly. If we pop back above 28, it turns into retrace reject. Right. So the question is, in this case, how much room is there to the downside? Right. So we can see that there's some willing buyers here. All right, so this is basically the window to operate. Very tight window to operate. Okay. So you get that nice rejection, continue with some follow through behind it, POC 671.20. We're starting to see the Dow pick up, guys. We're starting to see the Dow wake up. The Dow is what led us to the downside. So if the Dow starts to wake up, that can give us a read. The Qs are headed towards the VWAP here. Qs headed to VWAP. Let's throw an alert on VWAP here. So multiple touches here. Okay, let's see if there's some follow through behind it. Okay. Okay. So our levels are set. Orb is set. Shockwave 15 is set. So we'll get alerts if we get the breaks. All right, so break levels. All right, these are the levels I'm going to pay attention to. SPY, 674.04. QQQ to the upside, 601.45. The Dow, IWM, 251.77 to the upside. Downside, 250.22 on the IWM. 590.54 on the Qs. 670.40 on SPY. Okay, based on this, do we have enough fuel to push lower? That's the $1 million question. Do we have enough fuel to push lower? In this case, conservative risk would be from here to here. So based on that PML, retrace reject, see if that sends us lower. I'll target the 668s using less size here. Okay, on this Friday, 668s further strike. I'll target the 668s. Okay, there goes the Dow. Okay, I want the VIX to hold above 28. Contracts are moving and grooving. Okay, Ripple there. There goes the break below 670.40. No signal yet. Make sure it's on. Okay, in this case, guys, if the VIX can stay above 28, that'd be great, but no signal yet. See if you can stay below it. If you took the ripple, your risk is 671.31. If you took ripple. If you're still waiting, you're still waiting. So that rejection off this, that rejection off of that PML played out nicely, right? But it just took some time. There was a little back and forth behind it. So for this breakdown to take place, we need the VIX to stay above 28. Stay above 28, okay? That's going to help. That's going to help the case. The Dow's below those levels. IWM is getting near that PML. IV still, okay, still it's starting to move lower, right? Still at 41, starting to move lower. The clock was an hour and a half behind. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Any trade so far, team? Anyone take that retrace, reject? Avago strength, semi strength. Took the 1-day DTEs off that PML. I'm liking the blue 30-minute channel. Oh, those are the levels you're looking at. 670.16, 666.44. That's in case 5 December lows. Yeah, it's just incredible that we're already there. Quick scalp, INTC to the downside. Beautiful, guys. Amazon also strong. As we wait, let's pull up Amazon. Okay. Amazon, that break is at 215.06. AVGO. Okay. See if there's some sustained push in either direction. I do see this downward compression. We might try to break. All right. So if this maintains, if this resistance holds up, more than likely we continue to push lower. We stay below that. We stay above that 28. That'd be great. Just waiting for a nice close below that level, right? To ensure that we're not sitting through too much back and forth. We're not sitting through too much back and forth. Okay, if you're in, just manage accordingly, guys. If you're in, manage accordingly. PLTR maintaining also. All right, do we get a break of this downward compression? Sweep, grab those lows, go the other way. Right, there's no sustained push quite yet. Right, we can maybe start to make a run if we can reclaim that PML, fall back below that 28. Okay. QQQ's at VWAP. QQQ's at VWAP. Let's see if QQQ can hold VWAP. QQQ, okay. Let's see QQQ. See if we get a signal on QQQ. So QQQ is the one in the lead here. See if we get a repeat of yesterday. There's a massive gap down. Right? So just waiting through this back and forth is going to be critical. You don't lose anything by waiting, guys. Okay, you don't lose anything by waiting. You save mental capital. You save actual capital. Outside of that PML retrace reject and grab those lows, there hasn't been anything. So the question becomes, do we have enough fuel off this PML reject to start to break these lows and continue lower? The 670 is a major level as well. 670 is a major level as well. Okay, QQQ is starting to reject off that VWAP. I'm keeping a close eye on this 15 as well, guys. We're in that bounce territory. Okay, I'm keeping a close eye on this 15. See if we can get a nice little 15-minute closure. Maybe a 5-minute combination. That might be sufficient for us to potentially entertain a pushback the upside if we can get above that 671.96. Okay. VIX rip to 28.50. Good morning, guys. We're seeing some scalp opportunities, nothing too clean. No trade so far. IV still elevated. See if IV can crack back below 40. Your patience is going to be put to the test, guys. Patience is going to be put to the test. So initial interaction with the VWAP on the Qs. Okay, so that initial interaction with the VWAP went south. Okay, initial interaction went south. Bears control that VWAP so far. As of now, they control the VWAP. Take this off. That already broke down. Inverse head and shoulder possibly. Left head, right. Make the argument. We're stuck between that 671.96, 670.46. The longer we get, we're stuck in that territory, the more patience I'll look to exercise. So between 671.96 and basically 670. Okay. POC 670.83 on SPY. See if that fails to hold. That'll be a good sign. So you can see the sync. If we give the sync a grade, 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4 sync. Any trade so far, team? Palantir continues to push. Those defense names. Take a look at Palantir. Yep, Palantir, yep. Palantir. Got that signal already for a nice scalp. Call signal came in at 9:52. Right, this is the toughest game that they're playing is high IV, high ATR, range bound. Okay, now can we start rocking and rolling here? Now can we start rocking and rolling? And preferably when we're below this level, I want to see if the VIX can get back above that 28. Work its way back above 28. And hold below 670.49 for potential breakdown. If we can get some synchronized selling, that'll be great. Okay, we're seeing the Dow lead the way once again. We're seeing IWM selling off as well. Okay, SPY. Let's see if SPY can hold below that level. See if SPY can hold below that level. Okay, I like how the VIX is starting to fuel up. I want the VIX to go north. Okay, we got one of the four. We got the Dow going south. If we can get 4 for 4, if we can get synchronized selling, VIX flips up. Okay, that would be a good grade. That'll give us a good grade. So this 670, there are willing buyers off the 670. All right. But the buyers, they get stifled right at this 671.16. Okay, see if we can start fueling up. If the VIX start going north, that would be great. I like how the Qs are starting to sell here. Again, the trade I'm going to take, okay, basically very small size. Think of it like a Lotto. Not looking to do too much today, guys, especially in this kind of condition. Just testing our patience today. This might be the longest we waited for something to transpire. Of course, that PML retrace reject was there. Okay. The TP is here. It's TP2 is there. All right, it's very difficult to blindly go short here at those lows. All right, let's see if there's something behind that move there. See if we can hold. If we can hold, retrace, reject. Okay, we got our signal. First signal there. See if we get a nice little bounce. So it says puts right here. See if we get a nice little bounce. For a retest, so I can get a nice little entry. And I'll look to take the 668s. $672 strong. 672 strong. Okay. So can this 670 bounce? Lead us back above 671.18. Everything is bouncing, guys. If we continue to push lower, get below 670, I would have took it to the downside. Okay, now I have a new 15-minute candle here. Okay, things are starting to speed up, guys. Things are starting to speed up off the 670. Okay, we're starting to break. We're starting to break. See if you can hold above that PML. Hold above that PML. Okay, we're starting to bounce off that bound zone. Wow. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Look at that. That 670 bounce. Everything is bouncing. Q's back above VWAP. See if you can hold that PML. PML reclaim. In that case, I'll look at the $674, 673s. See if you can hold that PML. So in this case, if you took the orb to the downside, your risk is right there. Woke up with a vengeance. Okay, now we're officially reversing on the 15, guys. We're officially reversing on the 15. Okay, the 15, we're starting to wake up. See if we can hold above that. If we can, we have a runway into this territory. That runway gets unlocked. All right, in that case, we just need to, the VIX just needs to head south. It needs to go for that 28 back to that 27 territory. Okay. So can we hold this PML? We're back in the middle of the trading range. The Qs are back at VWAP. The Dow starting to catch a bid. At 10 o'clock, do we have crude oil inventories? Okay, FOMC, a couple of yellow folders. All right, so we're back to where we started. And you don't take that bounce. Dead cat looks like it. Possibly I thought it was that was a dead cat. Just lost 40%. Yeah, for this. So basically, this is the risk here. Right, this candle here, that 670 bounce just obliterated and flipped everything. Nvidia bounce. So we're basically back in the heart, that range. The VIX did drop from 28 to 27. Right, and even here, just at 670, having that short into 670. Right, not a lot of room. See if you can hold off 672.12. See if you can hold off 672.12, that 15-minute breaker. If you're on the other side, okay, we have that daily open up there. That's that 15-minute breaker here. So you got to retest at that level there. In pursuit at least of that daily open. Very tricky, guys. Very tricky to kick things off. All right, very tricky to kick things off. I'm moving $1.66 per 68 cents per 5-minute candle. So some massive moves, but very range bound. If I can get a hammer there, that'd be great. So you get a nice little hammer there. Into 674. I'll take the calls if I can get. Okay, they're starting to go. See if you can hold. Okay, so that PML is giving us those reads. Right, but the question is how much can it give us? Okay, I like how the VIX is dumping here. I wanted to stay below 27. If we can come back and retest it one more time, I'll take the calls. If we can come back and retest the 670 to 12 territory, this territory here, my risk would be a close back below 671.96. See this, any signs of life? And look at that, just obliterates past that level. So waiting just for a little confirmation can help in this case. If we wick above it aggressively, I'll be there. If it just continues to sell, there's nothing for me to do. All right, just exercise caution, guys. If we can wick back above it, I'll take a shot. Okay. See if buyers can reclaim that. View up is right there as well, guys. View up is right there as well, so keep that in mind. Okay, I'll take the call right there. The 674s. No fill. Let me cancel out. So couldn't get filled at 209. Let me close it. See if we can come back. Based on this 15-minute reversal. If we can come back just a little bit, I'll take it. Again, couldn't get filled on the first one. Okay. The VIX can continue to push away from 27. That'd be great. See if we can come back one more time to the downside. Just a little bit. Okay, I'll take it right there. Right, not the cleanest entry, but I had to take it. Okay, entry here would be great. Fall back below PML, we'll get stopped out. Okay, fall back below PML, we'll get stopped out. All right, so the entry is all the way up here. So the initial entry would have been this one right here. What I want to see is that continued push away from 27, pursue 26, and this can potentially give us some room into 673.41. VWAP is right there, a potential push above VWAP. We want to see a decisive push. If it starts to reject here, falls back below 671.96, I'll get invalidated and be wrong. Okay, so very, very important that this level holds because VWAP is right there. Down 5, down 6. No close below PML. Give it 10, 15%. Okay, down 10, 11. See if we can bounce. If we can't, I'll close out. Okay, I'll close out right there. Fills are not as good, guys, so be careful. Stopped out there. So stopped out there. If it can recalibrate, I can re-enter. If it gets back above it, I can re-enter. If it continues to sell off, I'll just let it be. Only issue is here, right? My entry was all the way up there. Right, so I just can't sit through in comparison to an entry here. So first trade stopped out 13, 14%. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so nasty rejection off that VWAP. So what I was hoping for in this case is this to hold, get that continued push above VWAP, we get smacked off VWAP, everything sells off. So once we break below PML, stopped out. All right, that's the only trade so far. These were just things I was looking at. And also that was part of the 15-minute. To see this 15-minute can start to really catch a bid, continue to push, and now it's wicking aggressively. And it's falling off a cliff. Okay, so the question now becomes, do we have enough fuel to break below 670? Do we have enough fuel to break below 670? So we did get a signal on the Qs. We got that break on the Qs. And it has a feature where it says SO. SO means scale out. So if you're looking to take profits before target, SO means scale out. Okay, let's see if I have more room to the downside or where we go from here, guys. 670 bounce was nice. Retrace reject off this into that territory was good. Shot my shot here, stopped out. Now we're starting to recoil back above 27, start back towards 28. They're playing a vicious game today, guys. Be careful. They're using ANSI. This is my test indicator. Daily, monthly, weekly. Beautiful. Yeah, that view up wall was nasty. 670.92. Right into this territory. All right, they're just chewing everything up, guys. Chewing everything up back and forth. How we doing on YouTube? How we doing on YouTube? How we doing on YouTube? So massive gap down. Not really making any moves in any direction. Daily open is right there. We're very close to 670. Initial response off 670. We saw buyer step in. So I have a nice little key zone here. Okay, nice little key zone there. Move this. Okay, we're reclaiming this territory here. Yeah, weekly support 670 and that daily downside target right here. And this is, we're already trading beyond the expected move. So if it's a mean reversion, it's going to try to push away from that 670.48. Okay, daily open 673.41. Okay, Qs are starting to go, guys. Qs are starting to go. See the Qs can hold above VWAP. Okay, Qs are starting to go. It does have a massive, massive level there. That daily downside breaker. See if you can hold above VWAP there. Okay, Qs. Okay, another entry on Qs. So scale out means you can have the scale out option to take some profits a little before target. So Qs triggered once again. The question with the Qs becomes, can they hold above VWAP? Okay, the question with the Qs becomes, can they hold above VWAP? IWM is looking to take that level out as well. So it's coming down to the IWM and the Qs. SPY still has a little bit of ways to go into 674.04. Okay, IW. See if that 251.77 can hold. See if you got a hold above that level. Q's already hit target at 602.91. I want to see if that 251.77 can hold on IW. Contracts are IV's higher on IW, but contracts are cheaper from the dollar standpoint, from the amount standpoint, but the IV is actually higher on IW. IW can start to hold above that 251.77. That first target is 252.55. Okay, see if IW can start to go. I want IW to hold above that level. IW is above VWAP. IWM. All right, you can see IWM. That target is up there. See, it has enough to go. The Qs, new 5-minute candle here. New 15-minute candle, new 5-minute candle. SPY, nice reclaim with 672.12. IW starting to go, guys, about to hit that target. You can scale out if you'd like right there. Before target, that's all right. Or if you want to hold it, target, continue to hold. So IW and the Qs already went. So see if it's SPY's turn. Right, in that case, we need the Qs to continue to hold above that 602.91. Get above 602.91 and treat it as support. And SPY's trigger would be 674.04. IW hit target. IWM, that is. You don't take IWM. So you can see IWM right before target, scale out, QQQ. One opportunity there, didn't hit target, you can scale out, and then calls here. TP hit. And scale out there. So we reject off that level on IW. SPY gets back up below VWAP. Everything recoils back under VWAP. Right, we can start to make another Leg lower. If we continue to hold below 27, see if SPY can get above that daily open, eventually above 674.04. So in this case, from my standpoint, right, took this nice, see if there was a nice little bounce, invalidated, reclaim. The reclaim was nicer than the initial bounce. And from here to here, the TP is about 90 cents, okay? So taking it for basically a quadrant. Took the view up retest. All sectors are red. The power of NVIDIA. That is, what level is that? 674.04. Major level there. All right, see if the Qs can push beyond 602.91. Qs are above VWAP. Everything's above VWAP now. Even the Dow. The Dow's above VWAP. The Dow's back above pre-market low. So one trade so far, if you're just jumping in, did get stopped out here. For the calls. The only two names that are really moving, of course, that 670 bounce is gorgeous. The 5-minute orb did play out nicely. 15-minute orb ripple stopped out there. If you take the ripple. All right, Qs are facing some resistance up at that 602.91. See if they can get past that level. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Okay, look at the VIX, guys. We have the opening to go. So the Qs are back above. They're back above the dead outside breaker. They got that bounce off that weekend outside breaker, reclaimed dead outside breaker. If they can stay above this, they're back above prior day lows. That would be that would be a sign of a sweep. If it falls back below it, retrace, reject. SPY still has some room to go. Dow has some room to go. IW has some room to go as well. So it looks like we're getting lifted. We're getting airlifted. And gold is starting to pick up. We're getting airlifted by Qs. Okay, Qs are on a rescue mission. IW continues to push. Anyone take IW? IWM? Okay, continue to wait, guys. What is favorable is the fact that the VIX is collapsing. We did get this nice reversal off of this bounce zone. Gave it an attempt here on that bounce. Stopped out. Ended up reclaiming it. Continues to push. Primarily driven by these lows here. Right, that's why it's very difficult to go short off lower lows into this territory. Keep in mind we're at the top of this coming into this. This is resistance coming into it, guys. I know that's the top of the breaker, so that means if it's going to be resistance coming into it, we need to sufficiently break above it, hold for us to continue to expand. All right, so this already took place. This reversal already took place from here to here. All right, so the next piece is for that continuation is from here to here. But the one roadblock that we're going to face is right at that 674.04, 674.03. Basically the highs of the day. If we can get past that, hold above that, we continue to expand. Broadcom and energy. That's the only thing really lifting us up. Only thing lifting us up. Okay, see if the Qs can hold above 672.92. All right, 674 triggers coming. Again, let's see if we can flip that level into support. Get a nice hold above that level. Everything is red. And Broadcom is primarily because of earnings. All right, they had earnings a couple days ago. Yesterday. Okay, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. First shift, one trade, one stop out. Can you explain the breaker? This is the breaker is basically is a bullish indicator. It's a momentum indicator. All right, so let's see if we get that break. If you can see, guys, IW is the one that went. Okay, you can see IWM and the Qs went. Let's see if we get a signal on SPY. Right, a signal that actually last IW signal came in right here. And it continued to push, hit that target. And now it's headed towards second target. Now see if the Qs can hold. See if the Qs can hold above this territory as SPY continues to climb. And see if we get a nice signal on SPY. That IWM trade was nice. SPY. Let's see if SPY can get that hold. So this is basically being driven by IW. Right, coming into it, it's going to be resistance. We have to see if we can get that nice break and hold. Right, we're right here. So this runway has already been filled. If we break this run, if we segment this runway, that 15 is still directional. We want to see a nice hold above that level. Nice hold. Everything's starting to wake up. Nice engulfer. Reclaim the EMAs. Waves are waving back to the upside. If you're waiting for the ripple, continue to wait. Now, as we come at that level, guys, we need the VIX to slice right through 26. We are in the jaws of the gap now. We're in the jaws of the gap. We are in the jaws of the gap. Okay, next level is 675. If we can hold above that. So if you take it based off the break, ripple, you're in. Your conservative risk can be 673.13. If you're waiting for the hold, confirmation, you're waiting. We got the daily open right here. So you get a nice push back above it. That 26 breakthrough is going to really help us here, guys. Everything's back above VWAP. Primarily being driven by small cap, mega cap tech. The Dow's starting to get its act together as well. IV's returning to some level of normalcy. Okay, to call 34 normal is crazy, but we did see that 45, 46. So it's returning to some level of normalcy here. So you can get that hold and synchronize buying. Okay. See if that signal can last. Okay. It's based on hold and volume. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls here. So you want it to print. See, it's coming in early, but I want it to print. My risk will be daily open. So using smaller size here to see if we can take advantage of the complete move on this Friday. I'm in the calls. See that continued expansion. In this case, I want the VIX to slice right through, guys. Slice right through 26. Okay. And see if we can print that call signal. I want to break. Risk daily open. I want those waves to hold. If it starts to collapse, get stopped out. In the meantime, I want synchronized buying. Meaning I want all the indexes to join the party. See if we get some volume pushes here. There we go. If you did take this, manage accordingly. We need that hold, right? A lot of wicks in that area. So we need to close above that wick. No printed signal yet. So there's basically a ripple. Inside on the 5. If we close below here, that's my risk. Daily open. Close below daily open, that's my risk. So no close there. Okay. This 25 on the VIX needs to collapse, guys. 25 on the VIX needs to collapse. If it turns out to be support, all right, we might start to reject off of it. In this case, it's just a matter of letting the trade play out. So no close below here. Now 15 has 1 minute left. So during that 1 minute, if we can close above 674, 674.03, that'd be great. If we continue to slide to the downside, we close below here, then I'll be out. Are those waves holding? See if the waves can start to hold. Qs are starting to fade. Okay, Qs led us to the party. Now they're starting to fade. I want to see if I can get a wick off the waves. Fine line in the sand as daily open. And we're still moving about $1.60 per 5. Down 7, down 8. If we close below here, probably get between 10 to 15% stop out. See if you can fuel back up. See if you can fuel back up here. I want the Qs to course correct. Okay, some buyers stepping in. All right, I want expansion here. Expansion. Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. There we go. I want to continue to push. Did see 10, did flash 10. TP if you did. If you were able to. Manage accordingly if you're able to. Whatever you can do. That break below 25 is going to be critical, guys. Break below 25 will be critical. It's at the highs of the day. Let's see if we can hold above this high. We have a new hourly candle, new 15-minute candle. Second shift it's officially second shift. So I need this thing to push, guys. I'm gonna take a majority off right there at 11. All right, and I'll let this runners ride out. All right, let's see if we can take it to target. So after TPing here, see if you can take the target with some runners. All right. Why? First shift is in the books. I don't want this to turn into a first shift grab. That's why I want to take that profit quickly, because that break took place at the very end of that shift. There we go. There we go. Up 18. Take a little more off right there. I'll be down to my last one. See if we can get above 675. There we go, guys. You see how that signal printed? Once it prints, that's when you go. But you don't have to wait for it. It's just another additional layer of confirmation. If we can hold above 675, we're on our way to TP, possibly TP, unless we see a scale out signal. Okay, 675, we're already right there, guys. So again, do what you need to do. Okay, so I already drew out my risk here. NC. This one stopped out. First attempt. If we fall back below here, I'll close out. So somewhat of a break-even-ish risk. We're in the jaws of the gap. Now we need the Qs, and we need the VIX to hold below 25. We need to blast past 675. If we check back on IW, guys, IW already hit target. SPY, we got that signal. Qs hit target number 2. So that 5 minute looks good. You have to wait for the, remember, this is not the exact time for you to buy. It's just to show you that there's some strength behind the move. All right, so I might even change that to, instead of saying calls or puts, right, I want you to interpret it as more of, there's a lot of momentum behind the move. Okay? We need that hold above here, guys. Again, TP where you need to. That can be, that 675 is hard resistance. If we fall back below this territory, we'll close out. That BOG. That is first shift highs. All right, so in the meantime, let's see if we can let this roll. We have the waves waving in our favor. Anyone took that, guys? Dollar signs in the chat. Dollar signs in the chat. Yeah, 1 minute chart. I'm on the 1 minute chart. Yes, yes, yes. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. First trade stopped out. Second trade worked in our favor. This one I was going further strike. This one is at the money. All right, usually when I go further strike, right, it's kind of like a Lotto because you want that exact. You want to see a nice move to the strike. When it's at the money, it's basically like a normal type of trade. See if you can hold above this here. All right, so we officially got our first signal. If we get above 675, we hold below 28. Make sure you TP. We should be on our way to that daily downside breaker. Okay. This literally took some time to play out. IWM was there for the taking. QQQ was there for the taking. All right. So you can see IWM. Q has led the way. So we don't have a scale out signal yet. Scale out is just a suggestion to take profits before a target. The target is 675.86. But this 675 we can see is giving us some hard time. All right. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. On the 5, we want the buying to continue. If you are trailing, if you are in runners, just mark out an area where you don't want to see price close below. So the reason why I'm taking this, of course, is because the game plan chart as well. Okay, nice push. There we go. So you can start scaling out. You can start scaling out. We got our scale out signal. Okay, you can start scaling out. If you want to hold at the target, that's up to you. But we did see 20+%. Oh, now in this case, I want to hold above. Okay, I want to hold above 675. I like how we're collapsing below 26. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? A beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Up 24%. Good, good, good. 16%. Good, good, good. RTX. Did it break that 670? Okay, we broke 674. RTX. So that scale out means you can start to take profit if you like before target. Okay, it's up 21%. My NC will be here. NC just simply means no close. All right, think of it like a trailing stop. Okay, we're about to hit our first target, guys. We're about to hit our first target. We're right at that daily downside breaker. We do have a key zone here. First target's right there. So if you see, we get that TP, 28%, guys, 28%. That's about close to $60 per contract. All right. We do have a key zone. right there. So we need to bypass that territory. We already got our scale out signal here, right? Meaning that's a great time to scale out if you're looking to close a little bit before taking it to target, all right? But that's going to be up to you on how you want to manage it. Okay, I like how the VIX is collapsing as well. I already scaled out, just babysitting one runner here. All right, it's about to hit TP. Are we going to hit TP1, guys? 675.86. 675.86, we're up 30%. This indicator, guys, it's going to be game changing. All right, it's going to be game changing. Nothing like it. Okay, we're at 32%. We're about to hit TP. Once it hits TP, we'll give you a TP signal. Now you just have to monitor everything else. See if you get that TP hit. We do have this key zone, so you need to passively manage as well. So my NC will be right here. Want no close right here. That is a key zone, so I want that continued strength above it. Want no close below there. That last scale out signal. As we're getting close to TP, if we smash TP, that means that was a 2-to-1 trade. Boom, TP hit. Okay, TP1 hit. 33%. Okay, I'll close right there. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. That was good. So again, this is a momentum-based type of setup. You do have to do your part of the due diligence. This is just a suggestion to say, hey, you know what? There's buyers stepping in. I don't want you to use it blindly as a signal, but you can see, stop out, scale out, TP. SPY wasn't even the one that made the best move. The one that made the best move, okay? The Qs, one opportunity there. If you scaled out, if you scalped it, TP1 hit, TP2 hit, about to hit TP3 on the Qs. If we take a look at IW, okay, I called it IW, just didn't get a chance to take it, okay? Idea, TP1 hit, scale out, now TP2 about to be hit. We just took SPY, all right? So I'm done with SPY here. Okay, and it follows the parameters of the reason why that's a TP. When there's TP, you're going to see the exchange. All right, a lot of taking profit. We do have a key zone, so we can see reversals off of TPs. 25% in the books. Calling it a day. It's been a great week. I don't remember having 5 green days. God bless everyone. Beautiful job, Jose. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 5 green days, guys. That's the goal. That's the whole point of the community. Okay. So I did take one trade here, a feeler, stopped out. The reclaim played out. But the main thing is, okay, this is supplement to what we're already existing. It already fits the game plan. What I mean by that, coming into the day, guys, if you join us during the pre-market prep stream, all right, we discussed the importance of this territory, right? It's going to be very difficult for me to go short in this territory off of the lows into lower lows because this is a key zone. I have to respect the fact that it's a key zone. So in that case, if I do see some signs of life, back the upside, I can play the reversal. I gave it one attempt. Okay, gave it one attempt. I could have played the reclaim, right? I like to play reclaims if my setup gets revalidated, right? But you have to be just locked in and really paying attention. Stopped out, but eventually it worked out. The reclaim worked out. So at some point in time, we did get above that level. We wicked back below it, and we end up closing back above it. So based off of this, we discussed the importance of paying attention to this level up here, right? The reason why this level is so important is because if we break above and expand, right, it gives us room, right? It doesn't give us room to the moon. It gives us room into this rejection zone. You'll notice the TP is in this rejection zone. So it takes these zones into consideration as well. All right. So in the calculation, these zones are in there. All right. It takes the zones as well. So you can see come to the zones, TP's there, monthly downside breaker is there, gets the rejection, starts to slide. So we just existed here. What I was looking for, team, I was looking to exist here. Okay. Didn't work out, stopped out, and exist here as well. Right? Where is the best entry? Best entry is in the most dangerous place, here. All right? Going against everything. That 670 bounce was the best entry. So again, if you take that, you exist here, you exist there, you exist there. Those are the three. One runway into three. Three sections dividing into three pieces. Okay? Make sense? How we doing on YouTube, guys? All right, now we're starting a wick, and we're retesting that daily downside breaker from this morning. We talked about if you're waiting for the retest, you're going to be patient. This is where you want to look to take that retrace reject. Okay? So everybody has different styles of trading, different approaches, different time horizons, different risk profiles. So we don't all trade the exact same way, but the better you identify yourself and what your personality and character traits are as a trader, right? The better setups you can find that suit your personality. So if you're someone who likes to be patient, higher time frame, this is what you're waiting for. So that means you'd wait until basically 10:42, 10:43. For the first hour and some change, you wouldn't do anything. Okay? Because that's also rejection zone. All right? Absolutely, Jose. Good. IWM, beautiful job. That was a nice rejection as well. It peaked above it, came back into it. So see if it can hold. If it holds, if we slice right under that level, then it turns to reclaim back the downside. And look what the VIX is doing. Okay, look what the VIX is doing here. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Let's take a look at how many likes we got. Where did I put my phone? Okay, here. Okay, help us get to 4,500 likes. Let's pass 4,500 as well. It's something that I developed. Richie. Okay, let's get to 3,500 likes, 3,500 subs. That'd be nice if we can get to 3,500 likes. So in this case, this is a key zone. We look for mean reversions of key zones. We come into that daily downside breaker. We come into that monthly downside breaker. We push back the downside. And now do we gravitate back towards daily open? Okay, we gravitate back towards daily open. So we have 130 plus people joining us, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get to 100 likes, guys. We're at 63 likes. We'll do a giveaway. So I need everyone to go smash the like button. If you do find value, subscribe. Okay. Let me take the table off. There we go. All right. I would say it's more than the indicator. The system will be available very, very soon. All right. I have to just a couple of more tweaks, a couple of more variables to add. What I'm primarily focusing on is to ensure to try to filter out as many fake outs as possible. All right, that's the challenging part, right? It's impossible to filter out all the fake outs, but trying to filter out the most amount of fake outs as possible. Okay, that's what I'm working on and just finishing it up. So even here, guys, we're above first shift highs. Even here, so you see my entries here. So I had to sit through a little back and forth. But you have to deploy your entry model. This is just to support that, hey, you know what, it's going to continue to push higher. More, there's a good chance it's going to push higher. So even from here to that scale out is $1.16. Okay, about 15 to 25%. If you go back and watch the Shockwave 15 series, okay, this is basically the Shockwave 15. Okay, the principles of the Shockwave 15, the framework is the infrastructure of the back-end code. And of course, some modifications. All right, so we come into this territory, key zone, drives us lower. We get back below first shift highs. Okay, so now we get back below first shift highs. It's turning into somewhat of a trap. All right. And look at that, guys. We're headed back towards first wave on the 5. VIX is peaking back above 26. That was a nice grab of those highs. And a reclaim back the downside as we reclaim that 26. So does this drive us all the way back into here, guys? That's the question. Back into the middle. Back into the middle of the range. Again, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. On YouTube, we'll do the giveaway. Chad is split 58% bearish, 42% bullish. Six trades already. Done for the day. Profit portfolio. A portfolio. A beautiful job as always. All right, who's this? Who's for all the members? If this is your first week, and if you're green, put your names in the chat. Or if you're break even or even small red, but you're finding your stride, put your name in the chat. Let us know. Update us on your journey. That's what this is all about, guys. For the ones who've been here for some time, if you guys, for your job now just becomes rinse, refine, rinse, repeat. Okay, refine, make some adjustments over the weekend. Even if you're agreeing this week, look for things to improve. Continue to do the things you're doing right. Next week, we'll look to take advantage of the best opportunities. Okay, that's the whole goal. Polymarket currently says, yes, the outcome 36% Iran regime falling. Okay. Congrats, 5 days green. Fantastic. Good. Go do NVIDIA. Okay, I'll do NVIDIA. Thank you very much. Okay. Congrats. The news took TP. Good. Okay, some dollar signs in the chat on YouTube. Good. 5%. Good. Yep. We're going to PDL. Absolutely. Now look at that rejection up here. Look at that rejection. So momentum break, don't take profit. Then you know what? Market takes the profit back. So now what this is looking to do, guys, is to play shift high, shift low, grab type of scenario. Right? So every element of the system, okay, eventually will be automated. All right. So every element is very hard to automate it into one system. Right. So I'm automating everything piece by piece. Right. Because everything is jumbled up and there's a chance you get a lot of error in the code. So soon, guys, you'll have access to automatic key levels, TOG, BOG, 50% retrace. All the levels we use will be automatically plotted cleanly on the chart. On top of that, first shift low, first shift high. All right, on top of that, condition indicators, right? What kind of conditions we're in, what type of setups work in those conditions. So a lot of cool things coming up. All right. My name is Eric, and I'm green this week. Congratulations, Eric. You deserved it. This week was not easy to navigate. So again, congratulations to you. Over the weekend, take some time, review your trades, see the things you did right, look for a couple of things to improve, even if you're green, and you'll be well on your way. Red on the week, been with you since Wednesday. Next week will be green. Absolutely, guys. It's takes time. Okay, it takes time, but if you're constantly making the changes, constantly making the improvements, you'll be well on your way. If this is your first week, tuning into the lives on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Okay. Signal, you really worked on the signal, 100%. Fido. 1, welcome. Again, guys, the Google Meets Free Trade Friday stream is available. I'll keep a close eye on this 671.96. 671.96. Today we'll probably end the stream at 1 o'clock. I do have some family coming into town, so I got to make a run to the airport. Okay. Go check this out real quick. Let's see how it fared. All right, let's see how it fared. Let's look for areas where it didn't work. All right, whenever you're building something, look for times it doesn't work and improve from there. All right, don't only look for the times it worked. All right, Netflix. Okay, so Netflix here stopped out. Here, TP hit. ExxonMobil, no signal. Walmart. Okay. Call. Still in the position, right? No TP, no, unless you just TP on your own, right? No stop out. So that's still brewing. No signal on Apple, very choppy. Google played out nicely, right? Call, scale out, comes back in. Second call, you can scale out. TP1 hit. If you're still in with runners, you can take it to the back to TP1 or TP2. Palantir. Okay, you can see here probably stopped out. No, if we're just going based off scale out or TP, stopped out here. All right, and then re-engage off that reclaim. TP hit. Keep in mind the TP is twice the amount of the risk. So by default, you're risking 1 to make 2. Okay, so that means you can be wrong. You have to be wrong twice. You have to be wrong twice. Wrong once. Right once, wrong twice to be near break even. Okay, here stopped out. Tesla. Nvidia. Okay, here. Puts, scale out. Puts. Didn't hit target. Scale out there. That's not Nvidia. That's Amazon. Nvidia breaks, okay, scale out, breaks again, TP hit, new signal comes in. Meta signal just came in. 654s. $654. So you can start pulling back a little bit. All right, so what you want to do is, even though it gives you the sign that it's going, right, still as an options trader, you have to understand bid ask. There's a little bit of nuance in your entry, right? Because if you enter there in comparison to if you enter here, right, you can that's when the discretionary element steps in. Right, that discretionary element. If we can come back at that territory, I could potentially pursue meta here, because this is a big difference, guys. That's $1 difference. Because now if your entry's there, you're going to have to move your risk. All right? You're going to have to move your risk. That's why you can have alerts, and it's good for retest, the retest and the reclaim signal, but you really have to be watching it. So meta, we'll keep a close eye on meta. See if meta gets above those highs, or gets back into this territory here. AMD. Okay, mixed results on AMD. Stop out. TSM. Nice bounce on view up on SPY. JPM down 2%. JPM gaps down, calls, scale out. MU calls, TP hit, calls, TP hit, 2 TPs hit. Broadcom calls, didn't get stopped, calls again. You have to sit through a little bit of drawdown and scale out. Again, scale out is a suggestion that we can see some profit taking and some signs of weakness. Robinhood, no stop out there, goes, then gets stopped out, no scale out. Biggest winner so far. Intraday, we're seeing Zoom, JD, Chinese names are up. ServiceNow, Kroger, Oracle, Snow, Peloton, Costco. See if Meta can get a bounce off that level. So this would be the idea. All right, so does Meta have enough room to move for 6 points? Okay, I'll take the 655s. If we get just one sign of life, get a very small size here. Let's see if we can babysit in the background. Okay. Okay, starting to go. I'll even go to 660. Okay. Meta Lottos. Spreads are not too bad. Okay. I'll take some Lottos on Meta. Make or break. Okay. And go back to SPY. All right, SPY. Let's see if SPY continues to push. Okay, SPY continues to push back the upside. Nice bounce on SPY. Okay, DIA. Take a look at Meta here. Okay. Out of there. All right. Of course, up here, potential double top action. So, of course, you want that sustained break. Above it, we're running out of room to the upside. Running out of room to the upside. My target 672.62. Call 675.20, 675.80. Filled and sold. 10-cent limit. Okay, good, good, good. All right, question is, can SPY get above these highs? Coming into it as resistance. And what's going to help is if SPY can, if the VIX can continue to sell below that 26. Right, another entry was provided there on that break. Scale out already there before that double top. 80% QQQ calls. Beautiful job. 80% on QQQ. Was that off that VWAP hammer? That was a nice hammer on VWAP. Or was that something earlier? Probably something earlier. 80%, that's a big number. Tremendous job. Turbo as always. You can see QQQ came into VWAP. Right, smashed a bunch of targets, guys. QQQ, nice. QQQ right here. So this is what Turbo's talking about for 80%. So we get above 602.26. Right, we reclaim it, we bounce off it, continue to push. Right, now we're pushing into this. That's a nice catch. Turbo, nice reclaim. Push higher. 50 EMA, 200 EMA on the hourly. Zoom out just a little bit. You can make the argument for somewhat of a downward compression. All right. As we approach 50% retrace, if the Qs, in the case where the Qs get above 607.51, right, you see how pivotal that area is, right? We can anticipate a big reaction there, either a breakout or a significant rejection. In the case where we do reclaim that territory, we can be on our way to go 3 up on the day. If we reject, we just reset. We start to go back towards 602.26. All right, so very, very interesting how the Qs unfold during the next hour or so. TP hit once again. Beautiful, beautiful setup, Turbo. Even got that nice hammer off of it as well. SPY hammer off the VWAP. Back above that daily downside breaker. SPY both at 675.50, sold at 675.80. Okay. This is resistance, guys. This is a target. This is another key zone. This is resistance. So far, 2 trades on SPY, stopped out, worked out, and babysitting Lotto on Meta. All right, that's make or break, meaning either you get stopped or hit target. Okay, so stopped here or hit target, and this strike is way out there. Okay, this strike is way out there. Okay, it's above this target. Okay, nice rejection there. Again, once off that level, same key zone. Where does that drive us to? Does this drive us all the way back into these lows? Okay, come into this key zone. All right. If we incorporate that PML into it. Or does it just lead us into some other area where we can bounce? Very interesting to see what does take place there. Okay, we're at that 675. 675, textbook double top here. Right, key zone, key level, two key levels converge, key zone, comes into it, rejects, slides to the downside, comes into 675. Can 675 hold, or is this at the beginning of that slide into these lows? Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. And don't take that double top. Expiration is today. Expiration is today. Contracts are 23 bucks. So I want to see if I can get like a 200, 300% just. So when you're further out, right, if you want to get those massive, massive percentages, guys, if you want to get those massive percentages, okay, the hack a lot of people use, I think I've said this before, I haven't said it in a while, all right, is this. Get almost the furthest dated contracts on both sides, calls and puts, right? 4 or 5, 6 strikes out, 7 strikes out, right? And then just get it anytime. One of them are going to play out. And then when one of these goes 200, 300, 400%, okay, since they're so far out, it's very easy to double. It's just the law of numbers. This one will go to 0. So what do, right? You just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to post this. Look, I got 300, 400, 500%. All right, so just be careful when you see those large gains. Okay, so these contracts here that are 23 cents, it's very easy for them to go to 100%. It's very easy for them to be down 60%. All right, but from a dollar standpoint, okay, it's only down $7. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when it's at the money, okay, the percentages are more realistic. Okay. Yeah, Meta looks like it doesn't want to move. Okay, where's Meta? Pay attention to Meta here. Okay, here. So the risk is here. Okay, we close below here. Those contracts are basically disposed. Okay, we start to push above here, continue to get above it. We can start to push. Maybe you can make the argument, hey, you know what, we're just coming into some support. See that support can hold. Right? And then, hey, you know what, maybe we can get a nice little break. I'm just letting these ride out. Okay, so we're starting to see a nice little slide back to downside, double top rejection on SPY. Double top rejection. Again, guys, help us get to 3,500 subs. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. I'm done for the day, done for the week outside of this Lotto. It's been a long week. I'm back to 100%, right? I wasn't feeling well. I'll say for 2-3 days, back to 100%. There's a weird bug going around, so If it's the flu, I don't know what it is. What I noticed is the incubation period is very short. So from the time you get in contact and the time the symptoms manifest, it's very short, less than a day. All right, so I don't even know what's going around. Okay, so but I'm happy to be back, 100%. Chat is leaning 61% bearish. So the best trade so far is that rejection off that key zone to the downside. We are at that major rejection zone up there. Major rejection zone. We will do the giveaway, guys. 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Let's get to 100 likes. We'll do 2 giveaways. Giveaway contestants, just bear with me. I will add you to the Google Classroom. Okay, so I have your emails. The ones who send me the DMs, so just give me some time. I will get that sent out to you. All right. So again, does this reset us all the way back like this, piece by piece? Okay. Same way. Piece by piece. Same way we wrote it to the upside, we can take it piece by piece. So the first initial runway has been initiated. Okay, from this territory to here. If we break below here, that activates this window. All right. If we break below here, that activates this window. Can you just say, hey, you know what? I want to play the whole thing. Yeah, you can. But your entries are going to have to be up here to be able to sit through the back and forth. If your entries are anywhere else, you're not going to have the most comfortable seat. Okay, you're not going to have the most comfortable seat. So same way. When we came to the upside, it was the opposite way. Okay, we're starting to see a nice little rejection. Let's see where QQQ is in relation to its key zones. Okay, there we go. Just have to update those zones so you can see QQQ. Similar, right? Comes into this test zone. Prior resistance up here, rejects off of it. Right? Does this lead QQQ all the way to the floor? Or does it stabilize at some key levels in between, gravitate back towards VWAP, and then catches a bid? $1 million question. Okay. IWM is below VWAP. DIA. The one that was leading us to the downside is still above VWAP. So IW is the first one to give up VWAP. SPY VWAP 673.41. $673.41. How far out? Time just same day. Same days. Lotto. Okay, 100 likes, guys, before 11:30. We will do the giveaway. All right, let's get the likes up. We have 133 people joining us. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. Use the code TRIAL30. Another bounce off that level. To lock in with us next week. A free trade Friday, folks, joining us. If you have any questions, put in the chat. Strikers, any questions? Let me know. Looks like we're trading in this channel. So we got into the jaws of the gap. Okay, we gapped up, got into the jaws of the gap. We're coming to the BOG, bottom of the gap, bounced a few times. Still above that daily open. What's giving us a hard time is that 675, right? We get above 675, we get back below it. So what I mean by that is we're able to get above it, okay? We're able to break it. But when we come back into it, we're not able to treat it as support with a bounce, right? So we're able to break 675 with relative ease, right? And same thing backwards. We're able to break it to downside with relative ease. What we want to see is when we break a critical level like that, a psychological level like that, okay, what tells us that the bars are willing to protect it is when we start to bounce. Anytime we come into it again, we get some sort of similar reaction. Okay. So the fact that we're just slicing and dicing through it, okay, tells us that no one really has established control at that level. But above the level, bears are in control. Below the level, into 674.04, bulls are in control. Okay. Daily open is right there as well, guys. Up for grabs. Daily open is right there as well. Up for grabs. Now we're going back to that chop type of scenario. One thing that is encouraging is IV starting to return to a little bit of normalcy. Can we get back above 675? Can we get back above 675? Okay, rejection on 675. Meta's probably going to get stopped soon. Okay, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. We have 63% of the people still bearish. Flirting with 26 on the VIX. Yep, we need that separation so we can correlate that 26 with the 675. So some sort of separation away from that will give us a good read. U.S. lost a surprising 92,000 jobs last month. Unemployment rate ticked higher to 4.4. Flirting, done for the day. Green today. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Absolutely, Mia. So it looks like Meta's about to be on the verge of getting cooked. Okay. Daily open up for grabs. Daily open up for grabs. Second shift about to wrap up. 100 likes is the goal, guys. 12 o'clock. 2 giveaways on the line. Next week, if we look ahead a little bit, what do we have on the calendar? So next week, nothing on Monday. Interesting. So, but anything can take place over the weekend. Okay. Next week, nothing on Monday. Wednesday, CPI. Thursday, unemployment claims. PCE, GDP. Friday, we have consumer sentiment. So Friday is a massive, massive day. And then after that, we have PPI. We have FOMC. 2 weeks from now. So on this day, we will have the all-day stream. And then basically wrap up the month. Okay. So big thing is a couple of weeks from now, Wednesday, March 18th. Mark that on your calendar. We do have FOMC. We will have the all-day stream. And we will be trading our FOMC strategy during that day. Daily opens up for grabs. Second shift low grab. There as well. What time frame do you trade off of? I devise my game plan on. First, you have to be aware of. All the time frames. Okay, you have to have that in the back of your mind. Where we are on the weekly, where we are on the daily, is very important. Not to make trade decisions, but just to know where we are, right? So you're not completely clueless. But when I craft my game plan, I craft my game plan based on the hourly, right? And then use the 15 to really gauge some sort of direction if we're going to have that sustained move. And then from there, I look for the 1 for the entry, 5 just to see if it has some follow through behind it. All right, some more confirmation on the 5. All right, but primarily the 1 minute. So if there was one time frame that I had to look at, if I could just only trade one time frame, if I was just limited to one chart, say I had the free plan on TradingView, I can only look at one chart, okay? That would be the 1. Okay, nice bounce off what level, guys? Primary question is this bounce enough to get us into 675? Once we get there, do we have enough to push higher? Do we have enough to push higher? Oh, it looks like another signal. Nice bounce off VWAP. So VWAP and daily open were corresponding. Okay. So separation away from this VIX is critical. Separation away from the VIX is critical. I'm going to go refill my coffee real quick, guys, and then I'll be right back. Make sure to like the video. All right. I'll be right back. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC for now. In the meantime, unfortunately, it's on an ad. Let's see if we can wait until this ad stops, and then I'll go refill. Okay. Would you guys find this helpful? This indicator? Okay, let's see if we can get past that ad. Okay, we're 4 subs away from 3,500, guys. 3,500. Let's cross that psychological level. We need separation away from 26. critical level here. This 15 minute has 2 minutes left. If we fall back below daily open, we reset, fall back below daily open. We need that explosive push above 26. Explosive push above 26. So you get the nice push. Some follow through behind it would be great. Right, so that 26, keep it close on that 26. So meta stop is there. So the last piece of the equation, you can also look at it on the 5. If the 1 is too volatile for you, you can look at it on the 5. If you like the 5 better, okay, you can look at it on the 5. So the Qs or a SPY, that hit TP, and that last signal. The last thing I'm going to add to it, okay, is a stop indicator and an early stop indicator. The traditional stop indicator, right? Similar to the TP hit, and an early stop indicator that detects early signs of weakness. On top of, so a little before it gets to the conservative, so you can turn that mode off or on. Right? Because say I don't want the stop out suggestions, say I don't want that to be provided, I just turn it off. Okay? I just turn it off. Simple. I don't want TPs, just turn it off. I don't want signals, okay? Turn it off. And you do your own entries and you do your own management. Okay, but if you want the assistance, you can turn on those features. Just a mess in this territory, guys, between daily open and 675. And the cutoff is going to be 11:30. All right, so the cutoff is going to be 9:45 to 11:30. Once it's 11:30, the indicator just shuts off. All right. It's for the first 2 hours. I moved to break even when I'm in with runners. So if I'm trading 99% of the time, right, as price makes a move above my level, I'm scaling out. And when I see double digits, and then scale, very similar to the position we took here. So by the time we got all the way up there, right, basically just had down to one last runner to see if we can continue to push, and then if the runner gets back below a certain level, right, then I'll close out. So that's my primary management style. Okay. Yep, bounced off the open. Look how messy this is, guys. So the goal is for this indicator to stop at 11:30. Okay, because what I have so far, if you do the replay, see if Meta can hold. Right, it has a cool feature where You can turn this mode on, all right? Just a friendly reminder. Okay, look, be patient. Be patient. You don't take anything here. Be patient. You wait. And then now you can trade. So in this red box, you don't trade. Now you start to look. Okay, if you recall here, it flashed puts and it took that back. Right? So you want to see that fully print. If you're using that, if you're using your own methodology for entry, by all means. But those are just suggestions. So in that case, let's do this. Say you did take that. Okay, stopped out. Okay, so down 1R. So you take this. All right. That lined up with the things we're looking for. Okay, you made 2R. So you're up 1R. Okay. Okay, you wait, you wait, you wait. Nothing there, so no signal there on the bounce. Okay, there's a reclaim, you take it again. Head back to be up on SPY. And then, so you're up 4R minus 1R. Okay, so even when you get stopped out, you have to follow the stop out rules. Okay, VIX is starting to create separation away from that 26. Okay, let's take a listen to CNBC. I'll be right back, guys. Make sure to like the video if you haven't already. We'll see you in a couple minutes. They're still on ad, on a commercial. I don't want to leave you on a commercial. All right, so we'll just give it a second here. This daily open break, guys. Daily open breaks or what? This daily open break. And I'm going to filter it down to just 3 ideas. Just 3 ideas. I'm not going to let it allow to give more than 3. And those 3 have to be very high quality. So it's going to have more to interpret, but I wanted to make this decision to which ones are the best. Yeah, Free Trade Friday is you join the free tier Discord. Link is available to delay free ad-free stream. All right, we have about 30 plus people there as well. All right, most of the people there, of course, are our team members. But we do have a couple of people joining there as well. All right, and what you get access to is the pre-market game plan stream. Okay, we go through the game plan together. We touched on a lot of things that are pertaining to our game plan chart. You'll notice I have a lot of different charts, right? We trade one ticker, but we look at it from multiple angles. Okay, there's our game plan chart. We have our bird's eye view chart, which gives us a broader perspective across the board. Okay, primary thing we're paying attention to on the Qs was keeping a close eye on this territory here, right? Don't fall for that drop. We might see the bounce because if we're going to drop, we need everything to drop, especially off the open. Massive gap down. There's going to be a retrace reject opportunity here, okay? Or a reclaim. The reason why I say or is because it just depends on the price action. So if you see bearish price action there, you take your shot. What's the invalidation? Reclaim. If you see bullish action there, you take your shot. What's the invalidation? A reclaim to the downside or a retrace reject. All right, so on IW didn't come at that level yet, okay? Or that zone. The Dow did not come at that zone yet. SPY did do the retrace reject, okay? Did do the retrace reject right there. That's very scalpable. We're starting to see gold trying to cross back above that. Made an attempt to try to make a cross back above that 5,180. Fell short. Crude continues to climb, guys. Crude, we can see crude get above 90. That'd be something. So what does this mean practically? Practically means, right, we're probably going to see price at the pump go higher. All right. That's probably what's going to happen. For practical, everyday, everyday, everyday life, right? Anything that has to do with fuel or gas is going to go higher. So what are some things we can potentially look at based off of this, right? Of course, the low-hanging fruit is taking a look at energy stocks, okay? But what are some, if you brainstorm, what are some other things to look at if the price of fuel goes up? Okay, of course, XLE. We're all aware XLE. All right, what other things are impacted by fuel cost? Okay. What's also impacted by fuel cost is certain parts of XLY. I'll explain. Reason being, there's a sub-segment within XLY, right, that has to do with leisure. Leisure meaning travel. All right, so we can see some of the travel names. Okay, maybe some airline names. Okay, that's going to have an impact on the price of tickets. It's going to have an impact on the consumer's decision. Hey, maybe I'm not going to book that trip if I got to pay 30, 40% more. Therefore, their bottom line gets impacted. All right, so maybe taking a look at outside of XLY, a couple of the subsegments in there, taking a look at the airlines, taking a look at cruise names, taking a look at some of the names that are directly impacted, right? So crudes move, okay, impacts XLE. Those are the energy names. All right. Primary move on the cost, oil. Secondary impact on the producers. Tertiary impact on some of the sub sectors within XLY, right? And some other industries as well. So if we take a look at something like, say, CL, not CL. What is it? What's the ticker symbol for Carnival? CCL. All right. All right. So we can see CCL. Which way is CCL going? Carnival Cruise. Going this way. All right. Because it's tied, gets heavily tied to the cost of fuel. Same thing as AAL, American Airlines. South. So low-hanging fruit is XLE when crude pumps, it gets above 90. But what are some smaller things, some other sectors that are impacted by that as well, right? That get hurt, okay? Keep in mind, guys, that get hurt by the increase, and there's some that benefit as well, okay? There's going to be some winners. There's always winners and losers. There's never going to be a scenario where it's just winners. All right, there's both sides of the equation. There's always winners, losers, bulls, bears. Okay, so now if we take a look at XOM. Okay, or XLE in general. Okay, just zoom out just a little bit. Gradually small move, not reflecting the massive push we're seeing, but if we take a look at the weekly, just to give us some perspective, we can see XLE. A bigger picture, XLE is at all-time highs. So the beneficiaries are the producers. They're near all-time highs. So those are the winners. The losers are, get a nice bounce on SPY there. Are the businesses that, nice bounce off that level, are the businesses that are directly tied, that have fuel costs embedded in their business, right? So airline tickets, highly correlated, prices highly correlated with fuel prices. Okay, so that's going to be basically what you need to look for if you're looking for those macro opportunities outside of just taking advantage of micro opportunities in the smaller time frames. Put in the chat, guys, what is the gas price in your area? All right. What are the gas prices in your area if I had a chance to check? What are the gas prices in your area? Okay. Okay, we're starting to get a nice little bounce off here. See if it's sustained. All right. I'm going to put this. I'm going to go refill the coffee. I'll be right back.
Push some of those price increases back onto their international suppliers, which means they'll be able to start bringing prices down. Now, this is a case in which the price increase, not only is the price increase transitory, not only is the price increase a one-off boost, meaning that inflation is transitory, but the price increase itself is transitory, followed by a price decrease if they manage to push that cost back onto their suppliers. That would be not only inflation being temporarily high, but inflation followed by subsequent deflation. This is a possibility I drew attention to in an inflation speech I gave in December at Columbia.
Just because of the demand destruction over time, or what?
No, because over time you can reconfigure supply chains or threaten to reconfigure supply chains and force that cost back onto the supplier. Now, you can't do that overnight in all cases, right? These supply chains took years to build up, and it can take some time to actually push the cost back onto your supplier. But in the fullness of time, you should be able to do that.
Right. Does the conflict in the Middle East complicate that view? Any kind of reparation of supply chain?
That's sort of energy specific. So
well, a lot goes through the Strait, yeah. I'm just wondering whether you are worried about the conflict creating scarcity in all kinds of areas.
So if you have a long and sustained increase in energy prices that leads to more costly goods production, you may run into those types of risks. But I think we have yet to sort of draw a conclusion that type of thing is happening. And the other thing that I think really separates what's going on now from what happened after COVID is the overall policy settings. After COVID, fiscal policy and monetary policy were about as accommodative as they have been in the history of the country. And so it was quite easy for an inflationary shock like energy to ripple through and have second, third round effects and be persistent. That's not the case right now.
Yeah, plus we had a lot of fresh stimulus at the time.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, the deficit is going down, the supply side is being pushed out through deregulation, and monetary policy is modestly restrictive, not as accommodative as it's been in the history of the country. So the overall macroeconomic backdrop is very different, and so the transmission of an energy shock right now is also going to be very different.
I want to pick up on the modestly restrictive point because I think this is going to be a big debate at the next Fed meeting. One of your colleagues who's a voter this year, the Cleveland Fed president this week told the Times that she thinks, Beth Hammack, that we're at neutral. So that the Fed is at a policy rate that is not hurting the economy or helping the economy. I know you disagree with this.
Yeah, I disagree, and I don't see how you could look at the labor market data the last few months and think that policy is about neutral. I also think that underlying inflation is running much closer to our target and trending down, and so as a result, I find it challenging to believe that.
Where's neutral for you?
I think it's probably about 2.5, 2 3/4. I think
so you think
neutral.
You guys can cut another 4 times?
Yeah, and so that's what I think is appropriate is to start by getting to neutral and then reevaluate. And I think real neutral is probably about 0.5%, and then you throw on 2% on top of that for inflation to get to a nominal neutral rate of 2.5. But then, of course, we work in ranges because we have a corridor system, right? So 2.5 to 2 3/4 nominal.
So you're going to be dissenting again week after next, it sounds like.
I hope not, but that would be up to my colleagues. I hope that we vote to cut, but if we don't, I expect to.
The case to cut has gotten harder, given some of the inflation numbers, given the price of oil. I know you push back against all of that, but I think people at the Fed may be more worried. I mean, today we're using the stagflationary word. Jan Hatzius has told us that's the risk we're seeing right now.
Incremental,
yeah.
Yeah, so look, there's no question that oil will pass through into headline inflation, but what it does to the labor market and what it does to core inflation are, in my mind, pretty dovish. And so I don't revise my expectations, my projections in a hawkish direction based on higher oil prices. I think it's appropriate to keep cutting.
Similarly, I know you probably don't want to comment on other central banks, but there is an environment of hikes in Australia and maybe in Europe this year. Does that weaken your argument at the table?
You know, one hypothesis I have is that before the pandemic, global inflation trends were driven by a bunch of highly correlated things across countries. And so things like demographics, technology, globalization were pushing inflation down globally, not just in America. And that led to highly correlated and synchronized inflation cycles and policy cycles. After the pandemic, that's...
So if you took it in this area, right, nice bounces, those bounces, and after that reclaim, scale out in that territory. Again, we can't create separation here from 26, right? Can't create separation here from 675. We come into this territory, we reject once again. Gas prices in New York, $2.99. Okay. Had a position in the market. Then my hard call, missed the flight. That took me away from the trade. Ended up substantially red. Constant morning, but holding on to my call position. Okay, so hopefully those if the calls can get above 675.60, we'd be in good shape. VIX stays above 26. Might have to sit through a little bit, but could possibly be in good shape. So last question was gas prices in your area. We got 80-cent jump on diesel. Do we have any truck drivers in the chat? Or anyone in logistics? All right, so the folks in logistics, they have a good read on the prices, right? They're driving state to state. So feel free to chime in, all right? We'll use your expertise on the cost of fuel. See if we get this break here. Let's take a look at, let's go back to our Meta real quick. Remember Meta? Okay, Meta, still in the Lotto, all right? So didn't get stopped out yet. Substantial amount of time has passed. Signal came in this area. See, you get above that area. We did see drawdown north of 50%. Again, it's a Lotto. It's just one contract. It's not anything too major. But I'm looking for this to go all the way up here and above up here, so we can get some sort of 300% type of gain. Or else break below this territory here. All right, this will also be great for lottos as well. Right, if you're going to use substantial amount of size to trade this, right, just use it as suggestions. You're still going to have to do your due diligence on entry. Keep in mind this is a momentum system, momentum-based system. All right, so in the case where there's no momentum, right, these turn into traps. All right, when there's no momentum, turns into traps. So you get that break above those highs, finally continue to push. Okay, farming area, okay. Let's get 100 likes, guys. 100 likes will do a giveaway. 100 likes will do a giveaway, guys. Once I put the finishing touches on this, guys, the folks, okay, let's see if we get that nice push. All right, it hit TP. So if you took it again here, hit TP, had to sit through some back and forth. All right, your risk is here. Okay? Your risk is here. All right, you got to sit through the back and forth sometimes. Risk is there. Okay, risk about 90 to make 180. Okay, two ideas there. Okay. What trade did you take that you lost, Rose? Losing is part of the game, guys. If you are losing, try to keep those losses as small as possible. VWAP still holding. This might turn out to be slow grind day. All right, slow grind day to the upside. We're starting to see that daily open. A lot of buyers protecting that. This might turn into a slow grind higher type of day. If we're going to make some strides into the gap down from this morning, right? Just to give you some context is always key. All right, right at this second TP is where the 50% retraces that G50. G50 in that second TP territory. But just know, the more we get, the higher we climb into G50, we are in that rejection zone. So, very, very important to see what takes place. That just means, like, if you're going to take highs into higher highs, right, you might see a little bit of back and forth. So you're going to need an additional layer of confirmation. If it continues to expand, okay, look for the next higher low off a key level. Do we break here? Put in the chat. Break out or break down. Put out or down. Out or down. Break out or break down here. In the next 7 minutes. So coming into it, this is resistance. Okay, so do we break out from now all the way until, let's say, 12:30? Do we break out or do we break down? MS not taking money millionaire now. In the future, I will trade up millions. My plan, absolutely. That's start small, guys. Start small. We got breakdown. One vote for breakdown, and slowly scale up. Slowly scale up. If you're just jumping in, smash the like button. Giveaway at 12 o'clock. If we get 100 likes, we just crossed 3,500 subs. All right, looks like we dropped back 2 subs. So let's get to 3,500 subs, guys. We're almost there. I thought we crossed it. That was our goal for the week. Okay, triple top. Triple top. Sell off on the 5 across the board. What a rejection, guys. So that's the TP again. See, it says TP there. And look, slice and dice through 675 once again. And what is the VIX doing? Probably hugging that, gravitating back towards that 26. What a rejection. Anyone take that rejection? You can't see the Mar chat? Doctor? Let me see. Not sure what's going on there. Can you see it now? Okay, it's okay. It's on your end. Okay, if you took the beautiful job, we'll go with 58.85, right? You called it out. You took it. If you can hold below 675, put some pressure on the support. That might drive us back into 674.04 and eventually 673.41, which is that daily open. Anyone else? Okay, we'll end the poll here. We'll do the end of the week poll. What a rejection. So let us know on YouTube by the end of your week. Discord will do end of the week poll as well. Again, voluntary. Just gives us a good feel on overall team performance. Let me put that up real quick. On a week like this, if you're a small red, I would consider that break even. I'll consider that a victory. Okay, this was designed to make you implode, explode, and just no longer survive and advance to the next week. Reason why I say that is because just based on the gap ups and gap downs we've seen, right, this month. Okay, so let us know how you guys did. Okay, based on the amount of gap ups and gap downs we've seen, okay, that takes a toll. Okay, that takes a toll on your mental. You're seeing so much action. All right, the emotional swings, up, down, up, down. All right, and we've seen everything. What I mean by that is this. We've seen instances where, okay, we're trading here, okay, we gap down, okay, and as soon as we gap down, we open up. That's pre-market action. We open up, and boom, we fill the gap over, of course, a certain period of time, intraday. Other scenarios where we gap down, we tap into the gap and completely collapse. Right? We know how to get the reads on that. All right. I showed my team on how to get those reads. Right? So we can get those reads. We can. That's why our pre-market prep is so important, especially in conditions like this, guys. The pre-market prep. I've been saying it for many months from the very beginning. I will continue to say it. The pre-market prep and game plan. Right? Formation. And assessing the conditions beforehand is more important than the live trading. Now the live trading is just making sure that we stick to the plan. We don't deviate from the plan. Okay. Beautiful job, Sancho. Right. So awesome to see how much progress you're making, the adjustments you're making. I'm so proud of all the things you're doing, and it's just so encouraging. To give you guys some context, scroll up. Sancho's been with us for some time. It's just due to his hard work, his resilience. All right. He continued to update us on his journey, made the proper adjustments. And now it looks like he's extracting, okay, 4 figures regularly. So it's very, very possible. Okay, it's very possible to do those things, but it's not going to be easy. Right? You're going to have to go, you're going to be put through the fire. You're going to be put under pressure. But how do you respond? If you really think about it, guys, very similar to how life is in trading. There's nothing we can really control. Very similar to life. What can you really control? Nothing. The only thing you control is your response. Okay? When you enter a trade, if I enter a trade, it's out of my hands. Only thing I control from that point on is my response. Which means, how do I respond to my risk management protocols? How do I respond to taking profits responsibly? Okay, so the better you can understand that, just that core principle, the less pressure you put on yourself. Okay, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing anyone can do to influence or sway price. We're at the mercy of price. Right? There's no indicator overlay I can put on top of price that's going to control it. It's just going to give me information about price to help me make a decision so I can have the appropriate response. So when traders understand that, right, and understand that it's just a matter of making the adjustments, putting them into practice, having those non-negotiables, using things that work for their particular style. Now it's just rinse, repeat, refine, and it's just a matter of time. So huge shout out to you, Sancho. Big shout out, big shout out. Very, very similar thing with life itself. There's so many parallels. What can we really control? Something happens to us, How do we respond? That's it. All right. It's like a different take on the word responsibility, right? Your ability to respond, or your ability to respond, right? Responsibility. Okay. So if you have that ability to respond accordingly, you're responsible. If you don't have that ability, the trade you take, they're irresponsible. You're not having the proper response. So it has nothing to do with the technicals. It has nothing to do with the strategy itself. It has more to do with the approach and everything between the ears. Green. Back and forth at that 675, guys. Back and forth, forth and back. Again, let's get the likes up. We'll do. Great job, Brian. I know you've been crushing QQQ. We will do the giveaway at 100 likes. Been green first time trading. Thanks a lot. Made 9 to 5 money. Not sure why the bot keeps doing that. I see your message. Luffy, absolutely, guys. Give us an update on how you're done the week. All right. Going to next week, okay? If you've been watching for a few episodes, jump on our team to help you maintain your progress, to help you sustain what you've been doing. All right. Okay. And like I was saying earlier, I'm looking to share this chart with our team, all right, with the community. All right, I'm going to release the indicator end of the month, going to Q2. I'll talk about that more later on. But what I will share is I will share this chart. All right, I will share this chart. So we have all three of them, and you have the signals. All right, but again, these signals, don't just blindly take it. You have to do your due diligence. Okay, you have to do a little part of your due diligence. I will share this. When it does get shared, make sure to jump in the Discord while it gets shared, because you have access to this chart itself. Not the indicator, but this chart with the indicator itself. All right, I'm looking to add a couple of new things to the Discord as well, going into Q2. So jump in. Jump in this month. Jump in while the prices are still at $50 a month. All right, because when I do share this and add a tool to the Discord, the prices will go up and the indicator will be available, and the people who are in the community will have a favorable price. Okay, favorable price. All right. If you trade this to a T, okay, over a course of diligently, responsibly, right? The system, okay, it's going to work in your favor. But if you trade it, sometimes don't trade it, interrupt it, don't follow it, try to front run it, get in too late, get in too early, right? And then it's not going to work. If you want to work it, you have to work it the right way. All right, and you have to use those parameters, because after you see what it says now, guys, look at this. Look what it says now. It says more opportunities await tomorrow. So you can't trade after this time. So this window is going to be till 11:30. So after that time, all the levels get taken out. So your time to shine is from here, okay, to 11:30. That's it. That's all. That's your time to shine. You find your sweet spot. Okay. Okay. Always love your channel. Absolutely, Rose Lou. I'm hoping to have a green week. Yep. So next week, guys, fresh week. Green and done. Beautiful job, Jason. Yep. VIX moving north. We're moving south. All right. So what's on the horizon? Okay. Indicator release. Advanced boot camp. Advanced boot camp on the exact system I use to trade, to scalp, how I use the key levels, price action combinations, environmental conditions, and the backbone behind the scalping strategy. Okay? That's the next boot camp. All right. I haven't released a date yet, of course, but that boot camp is going to be high level. So it's in your best interest. If you're in our Discord, guys, go over the fundamental stuff. All right. So go over the basic stuff first. Here. Okay, this course. Go over all this stuff. Don't discount any information, especially the technical stuff. Okay, we're going to build on top of this. We're not going to have time to cover this. We're going to build on top of it. So this is a prerequisite. Okay, that comes with your membership. All right, another rejection to the downside, separation 2026. So the exact way we trade this is going to be what the bootcamp is going to be about. Okay. Okay, couple subs away from 3,500, guys. Let's get there. Let's get there. Do we have 100 likes? Let's smash 100 likes, guys. We have 100 plus people joining us in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Okay, we're past 100. We're at 102. So we will do the giveaway, guys. We will do the giveaway. Put your names in the chat for the giveaway. Let's check back on our friend Meta. So the thing with the Meta is taking so long to play out. Right, it didn't hit target, or it didn't get stopped out. But guess what? Now we're beyond the window. Okay, we're beyond the window. SPY is rejecting off that retrace. Reject 675.52. All right, usually when it's beyond the window, right, then it's either you part ways with the position. If it's in profit, you start. If it's well in profit, of course, let it ride out with runners. But if it's about to get stopped out, you can just cut it because it's past that window. Keep putting your names in. Okay. We have Santos. We have Hancho. So the past 2 days giveaway winners, be on the lookout for the email. I'm going to add you to the Google Classroom to get a chance to go through the DMs. So again, you will get your prize. So you send me the code words. So I got your names at Bella F. So I have until Bella F. Today, guys, we have a hard stop at 1 o'clock. Okay. We have Suda. We have Subban. There's Soban. We got ANSI. Green on the week. Way to go, Turbo. Strikers, if you do join, okay, if you do win, okay, you win the advanced boot camp. So if you're already a member, you win the advanced boot camp. I still don't have a date for that, so I'll let you guys know when that is. ANSI, Poppy, Broad, John, M. So We got man. Oh, sorry, Mary. Omer. We got BG. Amanda, we got you. I'm probably going to have to find a more efficient way to do the giveaways. We got Ghost. We'll go with Candy Lady Ghost. Okay. We got Eli. I like that name. Eli. Gloria. How can you trade with $20? I mean, there's no risk management with $20. Just a lotto. All right, just a lotto. Or you can take the $20 and maybe purchase material that helps you learn how to trade. That's also a trade. All right, so when you're thinking about trading, guys, don't only think about, okay, putting your money okay, into the market to make money. It's not going to work. You got to put your money, okay, into learning about the market. Okay, if you don't have the money, then you're going to have to put the time. It's either you put the money or the time. Okay, so if this is your money, okay, if this is your resources, okay, so we'll just say resources, time and money. They go hand in hand. If you have resources, it's either, and you're relatively new to this endeavor, we'll say market, or we'll say trading. The last thing you want to do, okay, from the money standpoint, is put it here. All right, as an automatic. It's not gonna go. You're gonna just pay for your tuition. Let's put it that way. All right. So maybe step one should be, all right, the education. All right. You can even go as far as, hey, you know what? I don't have any money to put into education. I'm pretty sure you have. Everybody has time. You can go to the library. If you say, hey, I don't have access to a computer. Hey, I don't have access to any books. Everything's expensive. You can literally go to the library, get a library card, and maybe even read how to trade. A book on how to trade, like a dummy's guide to trading. And even just get started there at bare minimum. Right? But let's say it's not that extent. You have money, you have time. Right? So it's either you learn, you do these things simultaneously, or you go here, you spend time on your education, you spend time learning, you spend money on education, you spend money learning, while simultaneously trading small amount of capital, right? And when you start to learn and retain the information more, you start sizing up, or you say, let me learn everything first, and then I'll start trading. All right, but with 20 bucks, 25 bucks, right? Maybe just a lotto. But if you flip that 25 bucks to 100 bucks, you flip that 100 bucks to 1,000 bucks, you flip that 1,000 bucks to 5K, that's a phenomenal feat. But your brain is going to be programmed to think that that's the way you're supposed to trade. And that 5K is going to quickly evaporate. So you need to know how to properly do it. Right? So outside of lottos, outside of maybe getting educational material, $20. Yeah, I got your message, Rakesh. The ones who did win, okay, past 2 days winners, I have to add you to the Google Classroom, okay? I didn't get a chance to go through. I do see your DMs. All right, so that's what I would say with $20. All right. Every time the VIX gravitates back towards 26, can't really create separation away from it. It's glued to it. All right. Okay, so we have a long-term relationship with the VIX. Okay, we want everything to be short-term. All right, we're glued to it. We're spending a lot of time above it, below it, gravitating back towards it. So it's a complicated, nuanced relationship. At times we want to see the things we want to see to help us to catch clean moves on SPY is quick reactions. Be there for some time and create separation. Okay, when we start to hug the VIX, go back and forth, we separate, but don't create that clear separation. We gravitate back towards it. More than likely, the same thing happens with SPY. But you just have to be able to identify what key level it's having a similar interaction with. That's highly correlated to that 26. Okay, and we said earlier it was 675. Okay, so price is treating the 675 very similar to how the VIX is treating 26. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Keep putting your names, guys, in the giveaway. Keep putting your names in the bin. Okay, got you, Candy Lady Ghost. So I gotta get caught up on all the DMs, guys. So just give me some time. Crew in the week. It takes a lot of patience and good timing. $20, make money out of it feasible. Take a trade with $8. Wow. So $36.75. So it's all I'm not saying it's not possible. It's possible, but it's going to be tough. Right? It's going to be tough, and you can only get those further dated contracts. Not further dated, further strike. Even to go from $8 to $75, that's very impressive. All right, so leveraging $8 to make $75. That within itself is a skill set because you basically just leverage $8 every day. If you can turn 8 to 75, worst case scenario, you lose 8. We got Brad, we got Gabriel, Brad, okay, Gabriel. Looks like Meta's cooked. All right, Meta's about to get stopped out here. And it went outside the window as well. So this was the window for it to work, right? Between this time and this time, right? So we'll do the giveaway at 12:30, 12:30, 12:30, 12:30. So what are some of the biggest takeaways this week, guys? Some of the biggest takeaways, some things you learned, some takeaways, some things you learned, some things you're looking to improve, and some things on one thing, you want to give yourself credit for, right? Always good to make those assessments. Go through your journals over the weekend. Create 45 minutes to review everything. Next week, once you do your review next week, look to adjust one thing. Look to continue to do one thing. If you don't have your non-negotiable set in stone, okay, reset, recalibrate, have one non-negotiable going to next week. All right, so the conditions so far, first week of March, we're getting the reads. All right, we've got our reads. All right, the reads in March so far are the market is on Hall of Fame mode. The market is in a very difficult condition to trade. It doesn't mean that we can't navigate, but you need to be sharp because we're gapping up, we're gapping down, gapping up every day. On top of that, the daily chart looks like this. The weekly, we have wicks top and bottom. Right, so a lot of back and forth. If you zoom out, we've just been chopping around since basically late December, early January, despite making all-time highs. Right, so this is very, very challenging conditions. So have that non-negotiable. We're going to have to come into next week even sharper. Okay, it's going to require us to be very, very sharp. And the opportunities will always be there. No matter what the conditions are like, the opportunities will be there. It's just a matter of putting ourselves in position to capitalize off those opportunities. Having the right response when we're down, having the right response when we're up. Okay. All right, guys, so very, very important. One non-negotiable, set it in stone. All right, you're just a couple adjustments away. Got you, Brad. Riri, keep putting your names in the chat. All right, it takes a lot of introspection. It takes a lot of analyzing yourself. There's nothing on the outside that's going to help you. There's nothing external that's going to help you. That's why trading is such a unique journey. There's nothing on the external that's going to help you. Everything is internal. Okay, we're starting to slide. Conditions equal risk management. Absolutely. One thing I learned from Smart Action here was cutting the losses between 15-20%. I was never comfortable accepting a loss. Hence, my losses are bigger than my winners usually. I have now automatically made my TP and stop loss scale out. This has settled my emotions to a great extent and build confidence in me again that we can be profitable 100%. And if you see it, guys, if you implement it and see it, right, your brain will believe it. It's going to be hard to buy into it because it's a foreign concept. It's not very foreign, but your brain is not going to fully buy into it unless it sees it. It's like a new habit, right? Your body's not going to, it's going to fight against you when you're trying to install a new habit. All right, say your goal, you wake up at 7 a.m., you want to wake up at 4 a.m. Right? And you just cold turkey going straight to 4 a.m. Your body's going to go against you for as long as possible. But once you make your body submit, because it doesn't fully believe you're buying into it, so it resists. But once you make it submit and say, hey, you know what, this is the new rule, and you do it for whatever amount of days, 21 days, 30 days, to form that habit, then your body will start to adjust. In the beginning, it doesn't believe it. Right? So it's going to do everything to push back. It's the same thing in trading. So in the beginning, cutting your trades early might not feel comfortable. They never feel comfortable. It's the right thing to do. Might not make sense. But as time passes, you'll start to see the difference. And you'll say, okay, you know what? Yes. It does make sense. Okay. We're just chopping back and forth in this area, guys. Just chop zone. Chop, chop, chop. We grab these highs. We haven't grabbed these lows yet. New shift upon us. 12:30. Right? You're teaching your brain something new. Your brain is capable of learning anything, guys. Right? But it's going to resist. Your brain is designed to go with the path of least resistance. Okay, no pun intended. Unless you force it. All right? Chop to the open, 100%. We touched that opening price a couple of times. Few times. 675, no separation, 26. Same thing's playing out. All the opportunities took place first shift. And we did take two regular trades here. Stopped out, worked out nicely. Took runner to TP, 30% plus. Stopped out here, 13, 14%. In a meta Lotto here, not going anywhere. Right. I want to get stopped out. If we get the alert below 645.10. Outside of that, guys, nothing else. So all the opportunities came early. This is just give back profit hour. Give back your profit. Donate your profits from Monday, from Tuesday, whatever your best day was. Even from today. Okay, the market is always open to take donations. All right? They will take donations willingly. All right, giveaway time. Internal work, 100%. Everything, most of it is internal. The technicals, of course, you have to learn the technicals. You have to have a good grasp on how things work. At the end of the day, price is going to be price. Right? Price is going to do what price does. The behavior changes from time to time from the standpoint of how fast it moves, how quickly it moves, how aggressive it moves, what times it decides to move more. Right? But price is price. Candlesticks are candlesticks. Levels are levels. Appreciated the news. Master, do you have any way only one trade? If you take one trade a week, and if it's only one trade a week, it has to be something that occurs on the higher time frame. So it has to be something that doesn't occur all the time. It has to be something that's very high probability, higher time frame, and it doesn't occur all the time. So if I can only take one trade a week, all right, my trade will probably be related to the weekly levels. Because everything internal to the daily levels, okay, can provide multiple opportunities within the same day. The weekly levels can provide opportunities within the same day as well, but there's no guarantee that we're going to touch those levels every single day. So the first thing I'll do is, hey, if I can only take one trade, all right, one trade in that week, I'll look at the weekly levels. Okay. Simply put, weekly high, weekly low. Give me the equilibrium. Give me the targets. All right. If I know that, and give me the bigger picture, where are we in the grand scheme of things? On the weekly, where are we? Are we trending? Are we inside? Are we expanding? Are we in the middle of a nice expansion tour? Are we consolidating? Based on those environmental factors, right? Then I can take advantage of the weekly. In this case, say we're expanding on the weekly. All right, we're above previous week's highs. Okay, we're above previous week's highs. We open up this new week. This last week's highs. Before that, next expansion, we have full time frame continuity, meaning everything is bullish on the higher time frames and beyond. Right. So I'll laser in on the lower time frame, hourly, 4 hour, into these levels here. The target, the high, and the 50% point. What I want to see in this area, all right, to support that expansion, is a strong hold on the hourly, maybe on the 15 to get that entry. I want to see the EMAs cross over that level, show signs of bullishness, either get a pullback off of it or retest of that level. That'll be my 1 weekly trade. I can only take one in the direction of the expansion. If it's inside, if it's chop, okay. If it's chop, and this applies on the bottom end as well. Just inverse logic. If it's chop, I'll be patient for the break. So that would be the, if I can only take one trade a week, it would just be pertaining to that weekly level, our initial interaction with it. That makes sense, okay? Yes, 0DT. Here I wasn't at the money. I was a few points out the money, right? I was just trying to get a feeler out there. And then here was at the money. Okay, my regular trades are at the money and the money. If it's something that's 3, 4, 5, 6 points out the money, you automatically know it's a Lotto. Because if it's 3, 4, 5, 6 points out the money, guys, one little tick lower, you're down 20%. Okay. Rinsty. Okay, we're gonna do the giveaway here, guys. I got Riri last. Long NQ, 24 points, sharp entry. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta triggered that stop. Okay, Riri. Rinsty. Okay, let's do the giveaway. Giveaway. Anyone else? Let me check the chat. I'm looking to add, for my strikers, guys, I'm looking to add, maybe going to Q2, looking to add bot alerts for gamma levels, for options flow, and a bunch of other cool things as well. All right. I know we all don't use it, but it can just be something that helps. All right. So I'm looking to add that as a feature in the Discord. Again, if the price you pay, if you're already in, is the price you pay. You're grandfathered in. All right. So those changes are coming. Black box, I like that. Yeah, something like this. So we automatically get the bot alert in the Discord detour. And to give you some context, access to those tools cost you at least $100 a month. All right. So if you want a professional account of, say, Flow Algo, Trady Ticks, some names, Cheddar Flow, Unusual Whales, Black Box, right? Upwards of $100. All they do is just give you information. So it's on you to use that information to learn. So we will be using a couple of those tools and incorporating them in our data feed for reference. Okay. So you don't have to pay for those services. All right. So it's all in one. All right. So it's going to be in your best interest to be in before we get those tools. Okay. Pura Vida just went below the open. You're from Costa Rica. Deluxe in 11. Okay, Lorraine. Pura Vida. Pure Life. That daily open crack, and look at what's happening, guys. We're getting a separation. We're getting a separation. All right, let's do the giveaway. Giveaway. Any last entries? Beautiful job, JB. One of my strengths is in adversity, develop strong will. Went through discouragement, powerful lesson, all kinds of emotions. With the inner work, eventually I had to get under control. I went through my own powerful walls. Seeing and crossing my own shadow that started to have a grip on it work. But essential, yeah, it's truly a journey. Even if you don't want to become a trader and you don't fall in love with the craft, even if you try it, it's an endeavor that you're going to learn a lot about yourself. Right? It's going to expose a lot of things to yourself that you weren't aware of. Right? It's gonna show you how fearful you are. It's gonna show you how greedy you are. It's gonna show you how impatient you are. It's gonna show you all these things that don't show up service level. Right? And the market brings that to the forefront. Right? So even if you don't pursue this, all right, and you just attempt it, and you say, hey, you know what, this is not for me, you will still get a lot of insight about yourself. All right, see if we grab these lows. We're back above the 27. Major rejections on up there. All right, giveaway time, guys. Giveaway time. Everything's back below VWAP. Let's see if the Qs can sneak back above VWAP. They're below VWAP. Dow's below VWAP. IW has been below VWAP for quite some time. It's been below VWAP for the longest time. SPY cracked below VWAP for the first 5 minutes. If you get that greater than a 5-minute hold. VIX spike above 27. Nice retrace reject on SPY off that level. Right, that might have been better than taking those meta. Nice pick up here. All right, picking up some steam above the 27. Retrace reject here as well of that 50 EMA. This morning we talked about the importance of paying attention to 50 and 200 EMA on the Qs. All right, so we're back at this territory. If we fall back below this, we slide, we get back to that territory near those lows. Okay. All right, so giveaway, guys. Giveaway. The rules are simple. I spin the wheel. Your name gets called. You send me a DM. Add you to the list. I'll have everyone added by this weekend. Okay, I'll have everyone added to the Google Classroom by this weekend. Any last entries, any last names, the promo code is not working to join. Promo code to join where? It should work, guys. The promo code trial30 should work. All right, we'll go over how to join and do all that stuff at the very end as we wrap up. But first, let's do the giveaway. I'll show you how to get it done. All right, first winner. As everything dumps, let's see who's the first winner. We're getting to that PML. Bella F. Bella F. Bella F. So Bella F, one more winner. I'm gonna add you in Jack TR. All right, last entry, going once, going twice. We're headed towards PML. All the indexes below VWAP. Okay, second winner. John M. Okay, Bella F, John M, congratulations. Send me a DM with the code word free. With the code word free, send me a DM with the code word free, along with your name and your email, not in the chat, in the WAP or the free tier Discord. All right, I'll send you the link to the free tier Discord. Congratulations, Bella F and John M. For all the winners from the past couple of days, be on the lookout for that link in your inbox. See if we grab these lows and push back the upside. Okay, code word free. Okay, nice grab of those lows. See if we can pump off those low, that low grab. That's a sweep, right? Still could be a dead cat bounce, but nonetheless, we did sweep those lows. That's a nice scalp setup. See if there's if any fuel behind it to hold that 5. That's a nasty rejection. 673, we got 673, 672, 671. All right, and that's between 672.48, 671.96 is what I got. 676, just between 672.48, so right in this area. Okay, to join the community, okay, again, to join, use the code trial30, all right? The link is pinned to the chat, trial30, all right? You save $10. First 15 students save $10, okay? $40 a month. All right, so take advantage of that pricing. Very, very low pricing. Try this link. All caps, trial 30. So $30 is for the trial. So that's 1 month, $30, 20% off, and then from that, $50 a month. Okay, I put in the chat. Okay, here. Wow, guys, 71%. If you're done for the week, weekly performance poll, guys, 71% in these conditions of the team is green. We grab these lows, key zone. We have room to daily open, so you get that push. So even though it's contrary to what the VIX is doing, right, this is what we call front running the VIX. Does front running always work? Not necessarily, but when it does work, it works out very well because you're getting in ahead of the curve. You're getting in when you see this this algorithmic occurrence. So it's ahead of everything else. Right? So it's the earliest possible entry. The earliest possible entry. Okay, coming to these lows, we sweep it, key zone, continue to push. Nice hammer, VWAP reclaim on the Qs. Do we have any names setting up for next week? Okay. I believe Turbo took this trade last time beautifully. Okay. Same kind of setup presented itself. Different time and space, of course, but this was very similar to what happened last time. See if we can get that, see if that's sufficient. VWAP hold 602.61 will be key. I want to go quickly over to this chart here as we get close to wrapping up. Okay, so we got to wrap up 1:15, guys, hard stop. Okay, I got to make a trip to the airport. Okay, here we go, guys. So we laid out the scenario yesterday, right? We talked about the 3 scenarios. We end up getting that doji, we get that gap down. So let's lay it out today. If we can get a hammer here, if this can turn to a hammer and we close back up 675.36, going into Monday, this looks interesting for potential push to the upside. Only issue is 2 days, 48 hours. That's the risk. 48 hours. So 48 hours, can't have any negative catalyst, can't have any escalation in the conflict in the Middle East, can't have anything negative that can weigh it down. Right? So if that risk isn't aligned with the things you look for, then don't touch it. Right? But very interested to see how this thing closes out. If it's a hammer, things can be interesting. Even for Monday, things can be interesting. Okay, so now we're starting to violate this channel here. If we zoom out to the weekly, guys, the weekly does not look good. We went over this last week in detail. The weekly does not look good. Right, this is an area of high interest. Major support. If the bears get a close below this by the end of the week, we still have, of course, 3 hours left. If they close it below this, weekly, not looking good. From the standpoint of impacting this trend, right? We can see a direction move back down, like in 2 direction move to downside, right? When I say not look good, it depends from what lens you're viewing this. From a lens of a bear, looks good. From the lens of a bull, outside of dip buyers, doesn't look good. Okay, so very interested to see where we close out here, because we have major resistance up here. Very clear. Major support here. This has been support. If we can even expand this a little bit into here, we'll give it some grace, expand it a little bit. Okay, so if we close below here next week, if we close below that 671.19, 671.20 by the end of the day, next week, there's a lot of selling pressure from the past 2 weeks. We can start to see a nice little push to the downside. If we can turn this into a hammer, which is still very possible, all we need to do, guys, right? It's a tall task. It's a tall task ahead of us, but we need to get above here. If we can get above here, by the end of the day, the bulls will flip that weekly into a hammer. 678.62. So there's still a chance, all right? That's not, we can't rule it out. But as of now, if the week were to end right now, bears got it. from a directional standpoint and an open to close standpoint. From a directional standpoint, even if we do overtake that weekly open, the bears got it. But just from a positional standpoint going into next week, at least we know there's willing buyers in this support territory. All right, so what that means is bears, if they can close it here, okay, they make their jobs much easier going to next week. They can get that kind of formation. Nice close there. Because now to break next week, for us to continue, all we need to do is break those lows. Bulls, what they need to try to do is push this thing at least to doji. Best case scenario into hammer. So at least going into next week, there's a good chance we can open up in here. We open up inside, and then we can begin the fight once again. All right, they have a chance to fight back. All right, so very, very important there. Okay, so let's see how that all unfolds. Who thinks? Okay, now I'm going to leave it up to you guys. So do you think we're going to close above 678.02 by the end of the day? Okay. Okay, if you think we're going to close above here, put a 1. Okay, 1. If you think we're going to just continue to sell off, right, and close below there, anywhere below there, put a 2. So that is critical, guys. That's what the fight is all about. So far, Bears got it. So see if the Bulls can make one last run. Okay, that will set the stage. That's going to be so critical going to next week. If the Bears really want to make a statement, guys, right, close below 670. They want to have a statement and really inject fear into the market. Close below 670. You'll see the VIX you'll see the fear and greed possibly, okay, tick into extreme fear. Okay. Beautiful trap for Monday prediction markets. Crude oil on 94%, chance of hitting $100. Prediction markets, they're big staple, right? They're becoming very, very critical. $100 oil in sight. Yeah, guys. So where are we now in oil? Wow, 92. We keep on climbing. Okay. We keep on climbing. All right. We keep on climbing. It's almost like what's that album by De La Soul? 3 Feet High and Rising. Any De La Soul fans? Three Feet High and Rising. Oil, it keeps on climbing. All right, some old school native tongue. De La Soul. All right, so that's going to be the watch. That's going to be the watch. Okay, got you, John. I'll send out all those links, guys, shortly. Any questions before we wrap up in the next few minutes? Me, myself, and I, 100%. De La Soul, yeah. Yeah, that was 1990, 1989. Wow. 1989. You notice, guys, we're closer to 2050 than we are to 2000. We're closer to. I mean, we're right. We just passed that halfway mark, but we're closer to 2050 than we are to 2000. So and we saw how fast we went from 2000 to 2025, and that's gonna feel fast too. From 2025 to 2050. All right, so time is limited, guys. Finite. Tribe Called Quest, absolutely. All the things you are looking to do, don't put them on hold. All right, don't put them on hold. I remember trading Gen 1 Pokemon cards in school. Yeah, I remember having Pokemon cards as well growing up. It was Pokemon was very popular, right? Let's see if you can put together my generation. Pokemon was popular when I was growing up. Beyblade was popular. Yu-Gi-Oh was coming in. Okay, so you get that reclaim, continue push. Yeah, it's a new era. And the thing is, Pokemon now, I mean, you see the cards, they're collectibles. And I had all those cards. Right, I had all those cards. It's like having Bitcoin, right? The people who had Bitcoin early and sold. Pogs, I don't remember that. Wow, I have my 26-year-old. I did have one card left, and I gave it to my. It was a while back. It was a first edition Zapdos. I gave it to my younger cousin a long time ago when he first got into Pokemon. I had a few cards left, and I gave him that card. I don't know what it's worth. I don't even know if he still has it or not, but I gave it to him. I don't know what that'll be worth today. And it was in great condition. Who knows if he still has it, if he lost it. You still have Zapdos? Yeah, I had all the birds. I had all the cats. I don't recall the names now. It was a serious thing back then, right? It was, and when we would play, we would battle, all right? And then if you lose your Pokemon card. So it's similar. It's very similar. Now that I think about it, guys, it's very similar to trading. You play for keeps. Okay, you play for keeps. So, all right, you're leveraging your card. All right, you're leveraging your card you have to beat someone and take their card. Very, very similar to trading. You're leveraging the capital you have. Okay, to take advantage of an opportunity to extract capital. So in some way, shape, or form, we were all engaging in trading before we knew it. We still have a lot of gaps to close to the downside. So for me, more downside is more possibilities in all actual events taking place in the world, and knowing the market goes up. And down reaction is people's emotions. For me, it confirms a continuation from the downside observing. Yeah, those gaps, having the fact you have those gaps already is going to really give you an advantage, give us an advantage as well. You can always keep us posted, right? I'm going to go back, see if there's any gaps as well. Make sure, because if just in case we do start to collapse, we need to know what levels we have below. Right, I have all the levels as low as for this week. I have all the levels as low as 650. That's the lowest level I have. All right, so when I draw my levels, I'm having those levels for up to a week, even the extremes. That'll be great if you can provide those levels. 9 trades, 7 wins, 2 losses. Biggest 2 weeks. All thanks to you, George. Absolutely. God bless you too, Milton. There's nothing that I did. It's all you. You're the one taking the trades, putting the risk on. All right. Just a resource. So a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous job. And next week, rinse and repeat. All right. Make the refinements. Look for a couple things. One thing to improve. One thing you did well. Guys, if you're finding this kind of success in conditions like this, all right, you're amongst the elite, even if it's just for 1 week. From the standpoint of it's not easy to navigate these conditions. All right, so even if you're break even or small red for 2 months, I know it might seem like it's frustrating and you're not really going anywhere. You're just running in circles. Don't be discouraged. Because these conditions are designed to ensure you're no longer an active participant and you're back on the sidelines. So it's very important you do whatever you can to protect your capital by any means necessary. Because the worst thing is, after this passes, everything passes, guys. This shall pass as well. The conditions are going to clean up. And the market liquidated your account, and then conditions get ideal, and you can't participate. So you're always thinking about the next trade. You're always thinking about the next cycle. You're always thinking about positioning yourself for the future opportunity. So never, ever, ever, or avoid, right? You can't say never, or try your best to avoid over leveraging into one opportunity. It's not necessary, because there's so many upcoming. And no one opportunity is worth blowing everything. Okay? So tremendous, tremendous job by Milton. My dinner time was in front of the TV. My dad wore stock price would come in the Marcus TV. He used to ask me to tell him the price. Apple. That's awesome. Mew Charizard. Hollow Venusaur. All right, so this is survive, survive, survive. Don't look left. Don't look right. Hunker down. Okay? Stand your ground, hunker down, put up a fight, defend yourself. Okay, you're gonna get this is almost there's an attack on your account. So play defense. All right. We saw this. Fortunately, for some of our team members who joined us early, we saw this last year with the tariffs. Not to the same extent, but this kind of action, right? And then we got the reaction, and of course we had the massive volatility. We navigated through that as well. So it seemed like it was the end of the world back then, right? But same protocol, same approach. Our team members navigated through that to the best of their ability. They learned a ton from that experience. Okay, now they're leveraging that experience to navigate this. So if this is your first time navigating these conditions, learn. When it comes back around, leverage. All right. On that note, guys, we're going to wrap it up in a couple of minutes. Last gap, I have a 5.16.11, but we'll verify. Yeah, I'll check my gaps as well over the weekend. Any last questions? Any other questions? My first ever exposure to the stock market, I remember, I think I was in 5th or 6th grade. And I didn't know at the time, but when I look back, it was always there. That's what you'll notice in your life. When you look back, those things are always there. There was a program called Junior Achievement. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that back then. And Junior Achievement came to our school. And they had this whole program about the stock market, right? They were teaching us what the NASDAQ was, what the S&P was, right? And as soon as they were saying all these things, I used to think it was complicated. I was just blown away, right? I was blown away for that hour and a half of that session. And then, of course, you just go on with your life. You have other interests. But now that I look back, that's where that initial seed was planted. Right? But of course, it just took many years to water the seed, but that's when the initial seed was planted. Right? So you probably saw that maybe you guys had Junior Achievement before as well. Right? And I was just fascinated by what they were saying. Right? They give you like a whole certificate. I think they're there for like 1 or 2 days. It's a good program. Right? But of course, you learn that, and there's nothing in school to continue to teach that stuff. You can't learn that. You can't learn about the stock market back then unless you know it. I mean, it's not readily available. Right? It's not readily available. It's only available to exclusive group of people. Unless you're in the financial space, you can't. Unless you're in the know, you can't just say, hey, you know what? Let me fire up a brokerage account and start trading. Right? So support, send me a DM in the WAP. Send me a DM in the WAP. There's no phone number. Okay, so send me a DM in the WAP. If you need help, again, guys, we're going to wrap it up here in a couple minutes. We'll go over how to join the community, how to get access to all of our resources, take advantage of the code, Trial 30. There's still about 10 spots left, 10 to 12 spots left. Use the code Trial 30. Next week, new opportunity for folks on Free Trade Friday. If you did enjoy it, right? Hopefully found value from the pre-market prep, delay-free, ad-free stream. Use the code. Join us next week. This is what we do every single day. And this is just one piece of the community. The rest of it, of course, the game plan, the courses, the tools, more things coming up in the near future. Okay, we're starting to turn to hammer here. Okay, now we're starting to pump. All right. Q's above VWAP. I believe Brad was saying he took the Q's off VWAP earlier. Up 70%. Beautiful job. Off this grab, Ansi. This was a nice grab. Might even been off that reclaim. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Great job being patient. It's been fun and interesting week. Have a great weekend. Absolutely, Lynn. You too. For those of you signing off, have a blessed day. Stay safe. And look at this last little pump here. Is it enough? Is it enough or is it a bluff? All right, we still have room to run it to 26 on the VIX. See if we can sustain it. We do have some major highs up there. All right, let's go over how to join the community and wrap it up, guys. All right, so I'm going to shut everything down. 107%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. For the folks on WAP, guys, leave a review over the weekend. A testimonial if you've been in the community for more than a month. Let me pull up ways to join. For today, guys, I'm going to shut everything off. I'm going to be away from the computer, away from my desk. What happens is when I'm away from my desk, and if it sleeps, if my system sleeps, but folks on Google Meets, it takes a screen off, but the meeting is still there. It takes a screen share, and the meeting's still there. All right, so I'm going to shut everything down. Again, hopefully you guys found value today. I still have this meta. I'm just going to see how it goes. On the basically just cooked, so it's seeing if you can get uncooked. It needs a massive push. So the ways to join our community, you go to the smartactiontrain.com. We have two ways. We have the Apex plan, access to all of our resources, full Discord access, screen share, ad-free, delay-free stream, pre-market prep stream, extended trading live coverage, high win rate trade ideas, options trading beginners course, 6-hour course, 2,000 plus hours of training video, webinars, previous streams, course material, my ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals and watch list, day trade, swing trades. Of course, again, I always say this, and I'm going to continue to say it from a mountaintop. We have serious, supportive traders who are more than willing to share, more than willing to pass information. And it's awesome to see what kind of community we're cultivating. So again, if you want to join that community, use the code TRIAL30. TRIAL30 for the month of March. Okay, $4 a month first month, $50 next month. Price increase will be coming in Q2. If you pay this, if there's a price you pay, you're grandfathered in. Okay, regardless of what takes place, you're grandfathered in. As far as the yearly is concerned, 1 payment, 12-month access, 4 months free. You're also grandfathered in with this plan as well. What do you get? Boot camp ticket, upcoming boot camp. I'm gonna make that announcement middle of this month, and a bonus coaching call. So this is the ways to access our community. If you want to support our channel on YouTube, you can do that as well. You have access to a handful of private videos, right? But it doesn't come with the access to the Apex plan. If you're looking to take the courses, if you're a beginner, if you want to sharpen up your skills, Getting Started Day Trading course, a great course to take over the weekend. The course bundle is also available. If you're looking for coaching, if you're looking for technical setup, if you're looking for, hey, you know what, I need help troubleshooting XYZ. I want you to show me how to use your indicators. I want you to help me set up the charts. I want to set it up this way. I need a risk management crash course, trade feedback, a Q&A, strategy development, whatever it is. If you want to work one-on-one, book 2 calls, 1 free session. Okay. Ebook is available in the Discord already. If you're a member, so is this coaching. So is this course as well. So when you're a member, you're gonna have access to majority of the things we're doing, anyways. All right. If you want to support the channel, YouTube, refill my coffee, SAT VIP. You have access to those videos. Also, merch is available. All right. Grab your mug, SAT Power Up mug. Okay, awesome mug. Pour in your favorite hot beverage, and you'll be ready to take on your day. Okay, see profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long. All right, we also have a handful of other things as well. So I'm going to drop the code. Use the code trial30. Take advantage, guys. I look forward to what next week brings. As always, it's a privilege, it's an honor to trade alongside our community on YouTube, our community on Discord, folks on Google Meets. You guys are putting in the time, putting in the effort, and that's the same thing I'm doing as well. So again, we just take advantage of opportunities that are in front of us. Stay safe over the weekend, and God bless each one of you.